Hey, this is Vic Gager. I'm here at the Reserve Poker Room in Toledo, Ohio. We're here for the final table of the $100,000 guarantee, which is now $130,000 with $27,000 for first place. And to my right,
Rob Zierfoss.
great player. And to my left,
Josh Black.
all right, another dealer here at the Reserve Poker Room. Pretty excited about this tournament. Started on Thursday. We had a flight on Thursday, 2 flights on Friday. We had 2 on Saturday, and now we've got the final table. We had 82 players that started out today, and a mountain of chips just out there. We'll give you the chip count here pretty soon. But like I said, we've got the final table. We've got 10 players at this table. We've been live streaming this week. It's been a lot of fun. We've had some guest commentators, and we've got several players out there that are local to Toledo, so we know some of them pretty well.
Yeah, we got a lot of regulars at the final table.
Yeah. And you've dealt to them quite a bit.
Absolutely. I know these guys inside and out, Victor.
Yeah. And Josh and I are pretty tired because we've been a big part of this tournament.
It's been 4 days nonstop.
Yeah,
I set the Guinness Book World Record with 82 tournament downs dealt this weekend, so
yeah,
you know what it is.
But it's been fun work. We've been really excited for Steve, Jim, and Marissa.
Oh
the
man, I'm
owners
so
here.
happy for them. This has been such a successful event.
Yeah, it really has.
Yeah, it's been. So I played in the event all weekend, and from the player perspective, it was an excellently run tournament. It was really good competition. A lot of local people, a lot of people from far away. We had people from New York and Wisconsin, Chicago, Columbus, all through Michigan and Ohio. And it's really just great to play with that mix of people for really good prize pool with a good entry, good rebuys, good structure. So it's been just a fantastic event from my perspective as well. I think a lot of the poker players here would share that thought.
Yeah, I can't believe how far and wide they came out. Pittsburgh, we had guys from Philadelphia area, we had a guy from Kenosha, Wisconsin. I mean, these guys are traveling 5-6 hours to get here.
Yeah, and our video hosts here from Chicago, these guys are fantastic.
Absolutely.
They actually brought a bunch of players with them. That was a big addition. So it's amazing the amount of work that these guys have put in to put this on Facebook, and then they're going to take it back to Chicago. They're going to edit it, and then they're going to start showing it to local channel there. It'll be on YouTube, and it's really helped promote the club and to help promote the tournament, because a lot of these players, found out about us through Facebook and through this group in Chicago.
All right, looks like the stream is live. I'd like to go through the chip stacks a little bit here. We got Rich T with 5.9 million. He's in seat 1. Seat 2 is Steve Johnson. He's got about 1.1 million. Jim Nasser's in seat 3. He's got a little over 4 million. Eric Maris is in
Mavis.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Eric Mavis.
3.9 in seat 4. Tony Dawson, about the same stack in seat 5. Tony Caputo, seat 6 with 1.7.
What's your name?
Mike in 7 with 2.4 million. Bob Kaminsky in 8 with 1.6. Bob Brown in seat 9 with also 1.6. And Ray Brent, 4.8 in seat 10. It's about half and half, I would say, local players, regulars here at the Reserve, and people who have traveled or come in for the first time. It's nice to see that mix of people represented in the final table as well.
9 full.
Interesting to see how this starts out with the very first hand, to see if we get any real aggression or if people are going to be a little nervous about being on TV and kind of take it easy. I'd say that, and then Rich comes out. Looks like he's going to bump it up.
Yeah, and Steve's not going anywhere with pocket 8s. He's in position. He's got a strong hand.
Wow. Jim comes up with Jack 10 offsuit, folds it.
Yeah, Eric's going to fold. Tony D should fold here too.
Well, we got should be an interesting flop for these hands. We'll see if Jim regrets that Jack 10.
This is going to go to the better probably.
250.
Yeah.
1 bet.
It's a really hard call for Steve to make. He's probably going to let it go.
And he let it go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did fold the best hand, but that's a good fold against Rich's raising range there. He's likely to have one of those overcards.
Well,
And the position and the aggression paid off, right, Josh?
It was a fantastic bet.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve can float there in position one time and see what goes on in the turn, but you know, it's the first hand at the final table. Maybe you just want to relax a little bit. The money really jumps up quite a bit from 10th to 1st.
Everybody's got a skill. Mine is watching chips magically disappear.
All right, we've got 145 people watching us right now, and shout out to everybody. I'm thinking a good number of those are local people, but even if they aren't, just welcome here to the Reserve Poker Room here in Toledo, Ohio. Very excited about this $100,000 tournament.
Right. He took your card.
Misdeal.
Oh, got a quick misdeal here.
Ace 3.
It was your
Get
fault.
back at it.
Yep.
So first place in this event's $27,005.
Oh,
10th place, which is where they're all at this point, is $2,800 even. So that's quite a big difference. Every position, the payout really starts to jump up. So they're going to be playing as smart and as good as they can. They might make decisions to try and bump up a level or two when they should otherwise be playing. We're just going to have to see each person's strategy at this point.
And I think every one of these players, whether they, you know, if they paid the $260 to get in and then they did a number of rebuys, at this point, it doesn't matter to them. They want to succeed at this game, regardless of what the prizes are. But they're obviously after the $27,000.
Yeah, they're playing to win. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're playing to take down first place. It's 27,000.
Rich T has jacks, which is excellent, having just raised the hand before. Second raise, second hand at the table is going to look really fishy. Jim Nasser has a reasonably strong hand. He's going to play ace-queen offsuit.
Eric has the moose, what we call it here in Toledo, 8-5, but he folds that.
You know, Eric's been on the stream a couple of times, and he's been playing really tight, aggressive, smart poker.
Yeah.
It's no surprise he's not taking a flyer on a hand like 8-5. Going to a flop heads up. Will Rich bet at this one again like he did last? Looks like he's got fire and chips.
300,000.
Jim probably needs to float here. He's too deep, and Rich has played two hands exactly the same. Nope, he lets him have it.
No, he does. That's kind of Jim's game. We've seen Jim here quite a bit at the Reserve.
Yeah, see, that's all it is.
So that doesn't surprise me that Jim would let that go.
Yep. Rich takes down another pot.
Yeah.
It's like when I took $1 million away from me over there. After he lost $1 million in a hand, they walked right up with $1 million in great chips. They give you from cash in your
Good way to start.
green chips.
For Rich is a local guy. We've known Rich here around the poker scene for a number of years,
Some restraint to make it this
playing at places that we call Dollar King and home games, and even at Hollywood and different casinos and stuff. But so Rich has been around for a while. We'll see. But another of these guys, there's no rookie here at the table, in with regards to how we feel about poker.
Bob picks up 9-7 offsuit. Fold.
Bob's another one that's gonna, he's gonna wait for his position, wait for his.
All right, Ray
hand.
picks up a hand here, king queen off.
That's a strong hand for Ray.
Ray Brent raising with king queen. He's had some tournament success this year. He's finished 5th in the main event at Pompano, 52,000. He's got 4th in February for 51,000. He's had some real good success, but he just plays as a hobby. It's just
Did
something
you
fun
guys
he
see
does.
Jim lay down queen jack right there?
Yeah, and Mike might make this call. Mike knows Ray pretty well.
Mike's also a
well,
local
he
guy,
lets it
a real
down.
good cash game player. I think his favorite game is PLO cash, but he plays a lot of tournaments here too, and he's very tough.
Man, the action is tight right now.
Yeah, but it is.
You saw, what? Jim
Ray's
queen
got
jack,
those ranges
ace 5.
that I think this table would have a hard time trying to figure out.
There's 16
And he comes out with a raise, he's going to be aggressive. And if you've got an ace off, small card, you can't necessarily call to Ray in that situation.
Got down to 2 tables. And then at the last one,
Ray Brent, he's electric.
You what?
I said Ray Brent,
Ray
he's
Brent,
electric.
yep.
everybody folded on the
Ray the electrician.
Mhm.
button. And the small blind had already made it $40,000 before I even sat down. I gave him some shit about that. And I got sat down and I looked at my chips real quick and I had pocket aces. So I said, screw it. And shoved all my chips in.
So
Took
Bob
me
is
forever
first
to
to act
fold.
here.
It
Not
showed
going to
us
do
jack.
much with that.
9 fold.
Maybe I misplayed it, but I thought that was the easiest way to get it.
Here we come with Rich with ace-10.
Yeah.
He's going to come out strong with this.
And I didn't
Smart
know
for
that.
Ray to fold that ace-3 because he'd be dominated right now by Rich.
Yeah. We'll see. Steve likes these suited cards, you know.
Well, he's got to be looking at Rich, thinking Rich is being far too active, and that his range has got to be pretty open. So
I'm going to be quite
considering
honest
making a
here.
late call here.
I don't think Steven's ever seen a bet that he didn't want to call.
That's true. Yep. Oh.
Wow. Makes
Josh,
me
you
look
and I-
stupid.
the three of us see Steve play a lot of poker,
Mhm.
and he's definitely changing up his game tonight.
Well, he's been doing it all day. That's how he got to the final table.
Yeah.
I agree.
Well, I mean, he's going to do one of two things. He's going to insta-call you with the aces because he's thinking, oh,
Alright,
he's
well,
going
it's
to move and he's pissed off.
It
or-
was round to round. I mean, it was only one.
Slow down, Rich. You don't gotta win in the first half.
So I wasn't thinking about that.
Getting hit with the deck
We
right
do have
now.
some people on the rail. We've had some people show up, some family members come in from these players, and
I actually had a
I know that as we see them walk into place, they're very excited to see either their husband or their friend in the finals here.
He's got
It's
clubs.
got to be very exciting for them.
Blinds are 60,125 with the 60,000 ante. At that blind level, the 5 low stacks, the 2 million or lower stacks, really have to find some spots to chip up. I mean, they can't afford to sit around and wait for the premium hands. They're really going to have to start playing. Looks like Ray folds ace 8.
Let's see what Rich does here.
Rich
Rich.
really
Early
needs to let this hand go. He's played
Yeah.
too many hands this first orbit.
back on there because I was like, I don't know.
I mean, he's on a, he's got a lot of chips and he can afford to do it, and maybe he's trying to push the table around, but he's going to start getting a lot of pushback if he doesn't slow it down a little.
He calls the $1.25. Steve calls.
Right, so Steve's calling King 10. If anybody had any other reasonable hands, they'd be in there too.
This is going to be an interesting flop here with these guys sharing connecting cards. Ooh, Bob picks up King Jack off.
Bob is fairly tight. I think King Jack may not make the mustard here. He does call though.
Absolutely, he calls.
He was in the small blind, so he got a discount.
Flop at the final table.
Right.
I'm very happy.
No pre-flop raise here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Rich raised.
No,
He just limped in.
he and Steve both limped in.
Flop comes ace 7-6. We'll see what happens. Checks around.
Yeah,
Six
looks
of diamonds
like,
on the
Rich
turn.
is going to take another stab here. Bob and Bob. Oh, Bob might be the one to stab.
Yeah.
Good bet.
Yep.
It's a fantastic bet. He did pick up a
Diamond draw.
so
Yep.
he's got a little bit of equity there to semi-bluff with, but
Yep.
you know,
Rare situation when my hand's too good.
Folds around.
that's exactly how you do it. That's a good move by Bob. He really needs to be taking those opportunities and check through on the flop, so that's a really good bluff. And he does have some equity, so if he gets called, he might actually get there on the river and win a big pot.
Did you hear Steve's comment? He says, it's tough when my hand is better than the board. Steve definitely likes to mix it up, likes to get those comments out there. You know, we got some quiet players here, but Steve likes to jaw it up.
Sixes were there. Big blind special.
Ray likes to talk it up too. Ray's, I've seen Ray at final tables before, and he definitely likes to mix things up with folks.
Rich comes out with King 9 of clubs. Let's see what he does here.
No.
But early to act?
Early to act, no flat, just a
Yeah.
fold.
Okay.
No. That's not Jim's kind of hand.
Jim 95 lays it down. Eric 10-7 off, gonna throw it away.
It's like Glenn was needling people pretty hard.
Oh, Glenn, I'm sure if
Glenn wouldn't let up on me. He's too good a friend.
Steve just says he thinks Vic's going to be pretty nice.
Glenn got to see.
Well, let's see if I can take the gloves off tonight.
Well, I was at the house here, and they brought Rhino over for one hand, and I
Yeah,
just
we're gonna
got,
try to
like,
keep it
two
PG.
jokes in him on the one hand he was in and busted.
Bob's going to bump this up. He didn't?
Bob did raise.
He did, yeah. He's got to do that.
Raised to 360,000.
Yeah, it's blind versus
Yep.
blind. That's an excellent raise.
Takes it down, but moves.
Did you win? Did you win?
Nice hand.
So our typical tournaments here are where the blind and the ante are the same size. For this big tournament, we decided to have the ante as half the size of the big blind. I think people have really liked that format.
I've heard nothing but positive things.
Yeah. I don't know that that works necessarily for our smaller tournaments. Otherwise, we'd be in here till 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. However, this format has really gotten a lot of positive feedback. What did you think about it?
I really liked
My daughter
how
told
it
me, she gave it to
flattened
me,
out
so.
the action. So there wasn't a point kind of
Yeah,
midway
I think
through
I'm
any of the
wearing the
flights or today where the pressure of the big blind ante and the big blind was inducing a lot of jams and shoves, and it really allowed for more poker, I think.
Steve picks up King Jack of clubs, first to act, raises to 300,000.
And he's had these clubs now, what, 4 hands in a row?
Yeah.
Which for him, an OCD kind of guy, tells him he's got to get in there and get in there strong.
Yeah, it's under the gun when a raise with King Jack suited is a little loose, but this table's been playing tight, so he might be able to get away with it. Bob's going to call with King Queen suited. That's a perfectly fine call in position.
Particularly against Steve. And he knows Steve well. He does know Steve well, so I see Bob letting this go. Yep.
Yeah, ace 9.
Pocket 8s for Rich. In the big blind, he's got a discount to call. He's probably going to call. A raise here would be a really... Well, it could actually be a really good move. He can squeeze Steve, and Bob does not have an ace. Bob probably raises with an ace. Wow, Rich is coming. He has come to play.
He really has.
He
That's
knows,
a great read.
He knows Steve, and he knows that Steve is not likely to have the top of his range.
Yeah.
His range is wide enough that those 8s are.
How much
probably
was that
good.
pot pre-flop? 7.2 all in. There was only 700,000 in the pot.
Yeah,
Am I wrong?
Well, that
his
includes,
amount is irrelevant. He's just making sure to put Steve all in.
I don't know. The only hand that calls you here is the one that's got you beat. I don't like this play.
Yeah, he's definitely using his stack.
Wow. Is it going to go?
Oh, Steve makes the big call. Bob has to get out of the way.
Unless he's short stack.
I cannot believe he's
going.
coming along.
They're shipping it in. This went from
First blind level.
this went from the knit game to the free roll. I can't believe these guys are 3-way all in pre-flop.
Just folding for Bob. Just folding could make him hundreds of dollars right there.
Yes, that's right.
You know, so you got King Queen. Yeah, it's a decent hand, but a fold there is perfectly fine too.
It's fine with him. I really didn't want to play 2 here.
Just push it forward.
Unfortunately, don't have much of a choice.
Steve was going to stand up, but you can't stand up when you're all plugged in like that, Steve. You might rip a cord out of the table.
Right. If he stands up and puts his coat on, though, he's going to win the hand. I think that's how it goes.
Is that how it goes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you got to say you win first and then put your coat
Or
on.
good hand, something
Yeah.
like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. This is really something. I don't think that you've been back here and you've been doing this. I don't know that you've seen too many hands like this on these tables.
No. No, and not at this point in the tournament too, because you know the way that the payouts went, you know, 80 something place to like 15th, there wasn't a huge difference. So you got to really chip up and take some spots. But when you make the final table here, the difference in payouts from 10th to 9th, from 9th to 8th is significant enough that you should be thinking about maybe folding in a situation like this if you're Bob, or even Steven. I mean,
But it's
Steven's
like
so
we said
short,
earlier
he
in the
really has to
broadcast, these guys are playing to win this tournament. They want the
Yeah.
$27,000 top prize, and you can see it
Absolutely right.
in a hand like this is a perfect example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen 9 of clubs.
Oh, this is a beautiful flop for Rich. Just got to dodge a club.
Oh, the jack for Steve. What
Oh,
an
my
impressive card.
Lord, Steve takes the lead.
Steve is going to
Two
scoop it.
spades on the he's going to take it
What
down
an
with
excellent
Jackson
hand.
twos.
Bob, we just watched your hand. Bob's back here with us now, and we're just thinking about your call there with the King Queen. What did you think Steve was going to come out there with when he called?
Well, I played quite a bit with Steve, and you never really know.
Yep.
So I thought my Queen King might be good, depending on what the run out's going to be. He might have had maybe an ace 10 or something like that. And then when the chip leader came out,
Either way,
you know, it's hard to tell him because he's been pushing the action.
He's been playing a lot of
the whole
hands so far,
time,
yeah.
And he's got the chips to do it with. And I've been short stacked all day, honestly. And so
So you took your stand
take a
right here.
chance.
Do you
Yeah.
regret that spot, or do you think it was a good chance to chip up?
I thought it was a good chance to chip up. The cards just didn't fall right for me. So
He wasn't
that's-
that far behind pre-flop. I think he was 37 or 38%. So
Yep. Yeah, a lot of respect for people that play to win.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you were doing.
Yep. That's at this point, that's all I could do to be competitive at that table with the chips I was against. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're taking a look at the chip count right now. Rich T is in first place at 6.8 million. What percentage of the prize pool is that?
Run?
I'm sorry?
You a little tired after this long weekend?
Not really.
No, okay.
No, I'm
What's the
feeling
total
okay.
prize?
What'd you think
What's
of
the total chip
tournament,
count?
Bob?
Oh, it was great. It was a good
130
time,
million.
and it was a
130,000.
lot of new people that I didn't know prior to this weekend, and everybody's friendly, and it was a good time. Well run. Appreciate being here.
Well, we appreciate you coming back and talking to us.
All right, thanks.
Good
Have a
job.
good one.
Congratulations.
Ray
Got
just
it made,
used a small
Jim.
pot with pocket full.
That's for you. Sweating, man.
If you don't, I have it.
Okay, here we are.
Because I only have
That's a horrible problem to have. Did you guys?
So I got about 30 million in chips. Is that correct?
No. 3.8. That's a
Total count.
6.7. Oh, 31 million total.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was looking at the board. I was trying to do some quick math. It looked
31
about
million
30
or
million.
something.
Okay. All right.
We're just talking about total chips in play, and it's about 31 million
I don't know
total.
how this place works.
You can see it's a little top heavy at the table right now. One seat and 10 seat.
Yeah. The guys right on both sides of the dealer. That must be a
And,
lucky spot.
Jim Nasser's got a healthy stack. So does Eric. Eric's just been card dead so far, but it's still early into this final table.
Most of the other guys would have swapped hands with me. And then,
Tony throws away the king 2. 8-3 is going to be an easy fold.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of big hands. I mean, we've had the jacks and the 8s. Some suited Broadway cards.
And here's Rich again picking up a hand. King
And he
queen
folds
off.
it. You know what?
Wow.
That's actually a good fold there. I think he realized, oh, the graphic was wrong.
375.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so he raised the 375 against a 125 big blind. That's a standard size raise. He's on the button. What he has to worry about is having somebody really push back against him because he's been so active, but he's so deep in
Looks
chips
like
that he can
Jim's
afford to do that.
Jim's reaching for chips here.
Yeah, that's
He
not a bad
calls.
call to defend. 10-8 is not a great hand, but against a button raise, the button range is so wide that the big blinds really just call with about almost anything there.
Flop comes 3-2-7. Rainbow flop.
Yeah, Jim's probably gonna check, and looks like he's reaching for chips. I actually don't hate this bet.
No, this is the type of flop you want to see when you flat with 10-8 off.
Yeah, I mean, it's very good chance that Rich has the type of hand he has. Ace 10, ace jack.
Bet 700. This is an easy fold for Rich. Let's see what he does.
Rich hasn't been in the folding mood. Oh, he's Hollywooding it. Yeah, he's just trying to save little face here. Let him
There
know
it
next
is.
time. Next time he's
Next
gonna
time,
pull this up.
yeah.
That's actually an excellently played hand by Jim.
Really is.
Absolutely. You couldn't ask for a better flop to bluff at than 3-7.
Yeah. Very good. Very good. I think we talked about the total pot being 130,285. We had 4 double bags, which meant that if you double bagged, you got $1,500 for your low bag, and total of 457 entries, 330 rebuys.
It took 83 people today, too. 9 tables.
Yeah.
It's not started online yet.
You know, and today, the flow of today was kind of weird. It started off super hot. I mean, it was seat open, seat open, seat open for the first hour or so, and then
I
it.
busted real early today too.
What was your starting stack?
I started with 590,000, so that's about 50% over average. I went up to 800,000 and then right back down.
All right, Bob picks up 89 at clubs. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, Bob hasn't done too much at this table. He might want to play this here. He's in middle position. It's folded to him. This is a great spot to raise and try and take control of the hand.
Right. Yeah.
350,000.
Stop playing. That's why when I had him
350 is
against you, I just shove him in and see what happens.
It's not really a large bet. It's close to 3x.
It's going to keep Ray in the hand.
Absolutely, with a pair of 5s.
Yeah.
Raise in position.
See, watch Rich sneak in with the 63. Oh, he lays it down. I love that hand. 6-3 of spades. Oh, I love it. Yep, ask our dealer Jonathan about 6-3 of spades.
Boy, Eric just is not getting any cards here in the beginning.
You know
He was on
what?
the stream yesterday and it was the same thing.
Really?
Just card dead. And he was very patient and disciplined.
He is
Played
patient.
it really well.
He is disciplined.
Look at that flop for Bob. He flops the nuts.
Yeah.
Love that hand. 8-9 of clubs.
I don't even hate a bet here if you're Bob, but a check is probably the best move.
Absolutely.
Small bet or a check.
I would have checked it for sure.
But there's really nothing to be worried about.
9 bet.
That's a large enough bet that Ray can get away from the hand.
Ray's going away fast.
I think against Ray, he's got to put a bet out there because he can easily put Ray on
There
pocket
they
sevens,
go.
pocket tens, pocket jacks, you know. So
He'd
but-
take it down. Bob probably should have checked that flop there. I
You
mean,
think so?
Yeah, absolutely. He's got to let the guy catch up. If Ray turns a 5, oh, the money's going in.
Well,
Yeah, well, that's a
good
2
point.
outer. And there's other hands too, like ace queen, ace king. They're gonna have gut shots, but you want to win a big pot, and you're short stacked. So I think a check's probably the better move. That's not terrible.
Min bet, maybe.
Yeah, maybe a little bit smaller, right? Size down a little
4
bit.
hours of shitty sleep.
Give him a price to make the mistake and call.
Well, that's all you really need.
We do have some tired players out there, and they're talking about that right now. And
Let's go get a shot of caffeine.
Eric just said he had 4 hours of what he considered to be shitty sleep. I think we've all been there.
Yeah.
You go to bed and you can't stop thinking about either the day behind or the day ahead.
Tony Caputo has just been card dead as well.
As
He's
well.
short enough stack that he really needs something to work with.
Yeah, he's been super dead.
You know, Mike just folded king 4 of diamonds. If he was in later position, folded to him, he's probably going to make a raise with that. But under the gun +1, that's a real good fold.
Go 650,000.
Uh-oh.
All right, Steve has a hand.
Steve picks
Here we
up
go.
pocket jacks.
He raised a little on the large side. It might be telegraphing his hand strength with that.
Yeah.
He's really discouraging any callers, and I know jacks are tough to play, but you want to
He's
call
going to
them.
get action on this hand. Mavis
So
and
let's-
Jim both have queen
Let's see
10.
what Eric's patience level is here right now. He hasn't played a hand yet here at the final table.
Queen 10 suit is reasonable.
It's a reasonable hand. Again, Steve has that reputation of a pretty big range, and he's late. You know, next to and
Wow.
That's a good fold.
it is a good fold.
Which Bob, me or the guy that's out?
We shouldn't be able to hear that.
No, not at all.
I don't.
Steve raises to 2.5 bigs or 3
Jim.
bigs. He's
Yesterday,
probably
I
getting a
couldn't hear
call
him.
from Eric, and
I don't
that's
know
what
what-
Steve should want.
Floor.
But the sizing
There-
just didn't work.
They're calling the floor right now because they can hear us in here, and they'd kind of like to not hear us, even though we're on a delay.
We should be able to hear
We're
that.
hearing their commentary through the TV.
Yep.
You guys are gonna hear about all those hands I had, man.
Yeah, we want to play that.
I don't want them to talk
You
about
know,
that drop.
the other times you've been here with these with this table, we've had a room full of people. I mean, and now we don't have that, so that's probably why they can hear us right now.
They did have that issue, I think, on Friday night too for a little bit.
Oh, is that
And
right?
they fixed it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mike folds 4-3 of diamonds, that's fine. Ace 5 of spades for Rich. He's in middle position. He's going to raise here.
Uh-oh, we got a little bit of live feedback here. Our Member
Yep.
Anthony Holt just texted me, said that we're a little low on the microphone.
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're low on the microphone, but
Yeah.
we're hot in the room for some reason.
Well,
All right, Anthony,
hot
we're
for
gonna get
Victor.
closer to the mics. All right. Finally, Eric's got a hand that I think he's going to play here, even though the raise is 300,000. But we'll see what Eric does here with pocket fours.
it's so interesting to watch these people play when I know what their cards are, and I watch them play for hours and hours as
Right.
a dealer. I never really know for sure until they roll them. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's like seal.
Rich came here to play. He's going to stay in there with ace 5.
Tony flops top pair.
500,000.
Bets 500,000.
Tony's he's a tough player to put on a hand sometimes, and he also gets a little sticky with them. So,
You guys surprised at all about that quick call from Rich with ace 5 there?
no, I'm not. He's so deep, and he's been he's thinking he can push him around.
I think so, too.
You know, he's thinking he's got a backdoor flush draw. So at this point, you know, another barrel from Tony. He should probably let his hand go. But calling is a mistake. He needs to razor fold.
Yeah, I think it's time to let that go. And then, yep, there it goes.
If instead Tony had checked to him on the turn, he might have taken a stab at it and taken it down. But the double barrel there is pretty strong from Tony.
All right, Tony picks up 1.3 million in chips. That's a nice little hand.
I feel like our table's playing with their chips more than most of these on TV. All you hear is
Not me.
Yeah, Steve brings up a good point. Usually you hear, when you're watching poker on TV, you just hear the constant clatter, clatter, clatter of chips. Got some guys that are just kind of sitting back and trying to be kind of stoic about the whole situation.
Mm-hmm.
We, as I said, knowing these players, they do pay attention to the other players a lot. And Josh, you know, we sit here and deal with, sometimes we have to bring players back into the game that just aren't paying attention. But we're seeing the players here, they pay attention. They're paying attention to every little grab of the chip, every little lean in or lean back.
We got some feedback there. Mics are a little low, like the volume. Yeah, we're low.
All right, Steve calls 125 with ace jack off. Here comes Mike with ace jack, and he hasn't had a hand in about an hour.
No, he hasn't. And
Tony's probably going to get out of the way. Oh, he
All
called.
in.
I'm sorry. Yep.
2.1 million. This is going to be an interesting decision for Steve.
It's a bit of an overbet, but Mike wants to take it down. He doesn't want to play out of position with ace jack off.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of time before Steve lays this one down.
I don't know. Steve might think he's in a position where he can chip up. It's a little tough because it's 2 million of his 2.5 million, so it would really cripple him to call and lose. He's only in for 125,000. He limped with it, so
right.
So he's probably going to get away from the hand. If he had raised and gotten jammed on, he might feel like he needs to.
trying to inflate it. I'll have to lay it down. Nice.
That's a good fold.
And
That's
there
a
it
good
goes.
Yep.
You give him a suited ace jack, you give him ace king, ace queen, he's got to really
Ace
think
Jack's
more
taken
about
me out of
that.
the last 3 tournaments, so I figured I'd lay
It's interesting to me that you think that's a good fold. They were sharing the same cards.
Yeah, but it's not. They don't know that.
I understand
You
that
know.
they don't know that, but I mean, I think that's just a tremendous bet by Mike T.
Yeah, well, I agree.
into that.
They both made a good decision, even though they had the same hand.
I was willing to take a look.
Steve probably should have raised with it and not limped, but
About 600 grand.
the fold was good.
Yeah, I think that's where he went wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if he makes it 4x pre-flop, what does Mike do? Does he jam then? Who knows?
Well, then his jam isn't nearly as effective. Right, exactly. He might just flat and play a flop. He's not going to fold ace jack
You
there.
hit your jack on the turn.
Oh,
Yep.
yep. She turned the jack.
Okay. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. 125. Ray and Rich have hands they should fold.
10 fold. This is like a cat watching himself in the mirror thinking there's another cat.
Steve, too.
1 fold.
Oh, there's the moose again. 8-5.
3 fold.
Oh, man. Just,
10-7. Tony might take a stab at this. He's going to cut off, and it's been, yep, there it is.
you were right. Yeah.
It's not a terrible raise. You really can make a lot of money with raising with hands like that in that position if you don't think you're going to get 4-bet very often. And there haven't been a lot of, or 3-bet very often. There haven't been a lot of that.
Uh-oh, Bob picks up a big one.
And here it is. Here comes a 3-bet.
I'm guessing $1 million.
3-way all in, 2 all in. Yeah.
I didn't realize.
Well, he wants to try and double through Tony, so
It's okay. Go back to
a
sleep.
good raise is to just click it back to 800,000 or 900,000.
But I gotta keep these outside the seat. My wife will appreciate the
He goes over $1 million, he's probably going to get a fold.
prescription sunglasses and
Right. If he's $1 million or less, then
There it is.
So it's 1.125.
Yep.
Tony's got to let this hand go.
I don't know. This man likes to gamble.
He does, but he's got enough chips. You know, he's in a really good chip position. There's going to be better spots. He knows he raised light. He got caught speeding. He should really let this go and find another position. That's a good fold.
Yep. And it was just enough of a raise that, you know, he gets to see where he's at without, you know, losing too much money, in my
Yeah, it
opinion.
doesn't
Exactly.
sting too hard.
Yep.
When I raise, I want people to call so I can bet more.
Did you hear what Jim said?
I did hear what
That's
Jim
we were
said.
talking about. Jim
Yep.
said,
What?
when I raise, I want people to call so I can win more money.
Sensitive
Yep.
eyes.
And so that's exactly what we were talking about. That's how you got to be thinking, because you lose some value when you push people out with a hand as strong as kings.
You know what's funny about Jim is a fantastic player, and it seems like even when Jim takes one of those bad beats that takes 80% of your stack, it's like he just never dies. I call him the cockroach. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even when the game's dead, Jim's alive.
Yeah.
You know, and this guy is a grinder. You
He
can't
is.
count him out.
Fun fact
Yeah.
about Jim: his fantasy football team name is High Ankles. That's a true story, and if you don't know why
Yes.
that's funny, you don't know Jim.
That's right. Yep. He's been through a lot in his life, and he's still
he's got
coming in
such
here
a
and
good
great,
attitude.
great
It's
attitude.
just
He sure
really
does.
refreshing.
Really does.
they have
Yeah. His wife is there watching him. That's his good friend behind
I
him,
figure those lights are going
Ron.
to drive you guys crazy.
a regular here.
Tony picks up King Jack off. Let's see what he does.
On the button.
He just called.
King,
Just
queen.
flats.
He flats.
He really shouldn't be flat in there. I know he's
Right.
short stacked and he probably doesn't want to jam with that hand, but you know, he really needs to be raising.
Action's on Mike T. What's he gonna do?
Looks like Mike just called.
He did call. Yep.
Yeah, Bob's gonna come along and raise. Yeah, he's just gonna check his option.
Yeah.
So there's 3 kings out there.
Right. Couple of nines.
A hand with like jacks, 10s, 9s. Those I might get real spicy here, and we miss everything.
Oh,
Everything.
wow.
Let's see who's got the kahunas.
Well, it's gonna be the bigger stacks. I bet you Ray's gonna take a bet. He's probably gonna check through on the flop.
You
Mike
see
might
Ray.
take a stab on the button.
You see Ray maybe check raising.
No, I don't.
6 check.
I think it's gonna either
This
Mike's
is-
gonna bet,
This is going to the
Or-
top.
Oh.
Yeah,
Checks
all the
it
way
around.
around.
and then I see somebody's
Queen
gonna take a
pops out.
stab
There's
at
an
this.
action card right now.
Yep.
Yeah,
Mike's been waiting for this card.
yeah. That card actually probably stops and slows Ray down. He's not likely to take a stab at it now because that probably hits somebody.
Oh, here's
what
the
a
posture.
what a tough spot. He's gonna get it in, drawn dead. Mike's gonna call him, and Tony's gonna be drawn dead. That's a really tough spot. Oh, I'm sorry. He's got the diamond redraw. He's gonna have those 9 outs. Actually, well, no, he's drawn dead because
No, he's drawn
the
dead.
king.
He's got the king. Yeah.
Yep.
King of diamonds.
That's just the worst.
Yeah. Every reason for Mike to call here.
That's just bad luck for Tony.
I think
He
all
probably
Mike T
should have
is
bet the
thinking
flop,
about right
but-
now is whether he just calls smooth or, you know, maybe he makes a an all-in move himself. I mean,
You know, I got myself all in on the turn drawn dead today, so I know how that feels.
Yeah.
It's not a good feeling.
Oh my!
Whoa!
Oh my goodness!
I cannot believe that.
Wow!
Excellent.
Somebody just said nice bet, and they are right.
Wow!
Nice bet.
Wow.
You know, it's a limped pot.
Yep. Exactly.
It's a third diamond. There's straights out there, sets out there. But King Queen with a diamond, second nut flush diamond redraw, you probably need to make that call.
What does he put him on to fold?
Right.
I can't fathom it. What does he put him on?
I mean,
how can you lay that down like that? That is a huge mistake.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably just thinking like he wants to be in control of the hands, and he wants to be winning small pots and medium pots and chipping up, and that.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You know, I don't know because I'm actually shocked he folded.
I mean, you got top pair
I was already
there
talking about Tony
with
out.
the second nut redraw, right? I mean,
second nut. Yeah.
What are you beat by? Someone who's got a flush already, right?
That's it.
But if you turn a flush there, you don't go all in.
Right.
Do you?
Unless it's a baby flush.
Yeah. I don't know.
He did limp pre-flop, so
there's a reason these guys are at
the
final table, and I'm just sitting in the back room here. So.
Well, yeah, we're wrong about plenty. So Tony wakes up to aces here.
This is gonna be. I'm interested to see how he's gonna play this. He's thinking about it. He's touching his mustache.
He limped under the gun with 10-9 of clubs. I'm not a fan of that. He's not deep enough.
There are 5 raises. 450,000.
Right.
What is that? 450?
Yeah, it's a 3x. That's a standard, little large, but not really. And so Steve's got to fold.
7 fold.
You know, Bob's
He's probably gonna take this pot down with that bet 450.
Oh, it looks like Bob also limped on the button. We were talking about the last hand. I mean, Steven really shouldn't be limp calling hands like this with 2.3 million chips.
Oh, he's calling. He's fumbling. He's bumbling. He's calling. Watch this.
He's got, what has he got? 15, 16 big blinds. I mean, really, at this point, he's got to be thinking he can either jam all in or fold.
Just so everyone knows, I cannot hear the audio on the table. I'm just kind of watching the play-by-play silently. So I'm sure Steve is saying something funny right now. I just have no idea.
This is a great flop for Steve because he's got no part of it, so he's probably going to be able to get away from his hand.
I thought you might come over the top of me if you
so he bet 8 million into 1.2 million. That's a bet that's really hard to call. Steve's probably not calling any amount there, but
it's a nice hand for Tony. At least he picked up what, 300,000?
Oh, more than that.
I'm saying 300,000 raise.
My diamond was high, but
just did a check on our volume, and I thought maybe they had said that they could hear us from back here, but actually somebody was playing the live feed on their phone, and they didn't want to hear that in the background.
Oh, it was like simulcast to the TV or something.
Yeah,
they heard it on the TV.
Yeah, they make these things called headphones so that doesn't happen.
Well, and here's the thing: you got the Windy City Poker Championship guys here that just are professionals. They've been doing this for so long. They came over all the way over here from Chicago to set up, and yeah, they've just done a great job.
I used to work with a girl from Chicago, and her biggest pet peeve is when people would pronounce it Chicago. I've never heard that before she said it, but then after she said it, I would hear it constantly.
Yeah.
Isn't that something?
Like Louisville versus Louisville.
Oh, my mother-in-law is from Tennessee, and she goes, "You got to say it like you got marbles in your mouth." It's Louisville.
Louisville. Yeah. But again, these guys from Chicago, kind of based in Chicago, but most of them are from the south side. I grew up in the northwest side of Chicago. So we've been talking about the Bears and the Cubs and the Sox for the last few days. Anyway, back to some poker here.
I thought you were good.
Min raise, 300,000.
So a min raise here from Bob with 9-8.
He's on the cutoff. Min raise is not terrible.
Just trying to make witty banter.
He's first to open the action. No, I'm sorry. There's a limp ahead of him.
Right.
Tony limped with 9-8.
Steve's. Was that Rich folds the smallest on Steve? 150 to call out of the big blind.
This is a min raise. I gotta imagine.
He's probably gonna follow it. Yep, there he goes.
Yeah, big blind's gonna call most of those Anyway, Tony's gonna call. Well, Tony flops an up and down straight draw. And so does Bob.
So does Bob, yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how the hand plays out if neither of them hit that draw.
Right.
Steve's probably going to let this hand go.
And had Bob not bet that, Steve would have bet it.
Steve folds. It's on
But he
Tony.
folds now.
Yeah, Tony's not
Tony's
gonna
gonna insta call this.
He might. Yeah.
There to see. Look, it's already up there. 3. This is an opportunity for Bob to bet him out of the pot right now.
Yep.
The pot's 1.9 million. I'm putting 1.3 in, and he checks it.
I think
Right.
Tony
It's
really
who
should
bets it.
consider bet.
Look.
Yep.
And
He
he-
should consider this
He
bet
left
right
the
here.
door wide open for Tony to make this move.
That's an excellent bet.
It's an excellent read. I mean, really.
And he lets it go.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I've played with Tony quite a bit, and I have a hard time putting him on a hand, and sometimes he just calls and calls and calls, and he's got the nuts, and sometimes he's got air. And when he's betting, it's hard to figure out where he's at in a hand because his range is pretty wide. He does change gears, and sometimes he'll tighten up and hold for a while, and then he'll swing back to loose.
I definitely think he is the dark horse pick out of these 9 guys.
I was down. With the final table.
He was down to 200,000.
He's just such a wild card. Like you're saying, you just never know what he has.
I'm not you. I'm sorry.
He hit a 3 or a
Yeah, you're talking about Bob.
Down to 200.
I would put Steve just a notch below him in terms of a dark horse based on the way he plays when he comes here during the week. But again, he has shifted gears today in a big
Absolutely.
way.
I'm very impressed with how he's changed his play today.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's the seriousness of the event or, maybe just, on the regular tournaments, he just comes in here to have fun, you know. But he has been playing excellently today.
Slow down over there, man. Oh, man.
Yeah, so he's raising under the gun +1 with 9-8. This is what I'm talking about. So, like, generally that raise is going to be a tighter range, but obviously 9-8 offsuit is not in almost anyone's range under the gun +1. So it'll be interesting to see how people respond to him picking up his pace here. They just don't really have hands to play. King Queen with Steve. He's probably going to continue. He folds.
He does. Yep. Like we said, he's changed his game up tonight.
He did have that hand with aces. He played kind of big. He did just bet Bob out of a pot, so the table might just think he's on a heater and giving him a little bit of credit.
Yeah. So, on a weekly basis, we have these tournaments, and Steve comes in, and his grandma and grandpa, Marge and Jack, come in. And so affectionately, Marge and Jack are called Grandma and Grandpa. It's interesting sometimes when somebody comes in brand new, and they sit down, and then Steve will say, "Okay, Grandma," and immediately they think he's just being disrespectful.
Yeah.
I thought that exact thing.
Yeah.
I did. I thought that. I said, oh.
Yeah.
I said, I think she has a name, and he's like, yeah, it's Marge. It's my grandma.
That's right. Yep. As a dealer, you sit there and you watch these reactions. It's funny. It's entertaining.
So Tony doesn't have much here. He should let
No.
that go.
Yeah.
He's so frustrated. He's going to start pushing around his chips with trash like that. Mike's got 7s. So he folded that king-queen hand because he wants to be in a position like this where he can be the first to raise, where it can be his pot, his initiative. He's just very unlucky to have Bob with 9s behind him.
This is almost 3x. So is Bob smooth call?
Or, yeah.
Does he?
Yeah, that's a good size raise.
It's good size raise.
Bob could really call or raise here. He's only in the +3 middle position. There's a lot of people behind him, and he's got a strong hand, so call is probably preferred. And looks like he calls. And Ray with a good chip stack and a reasonable hand might come along. The odds are just so good now. You got 400, 400. 1.5 total. He's getting 4 to 1. to float. Oh, he does call.
It does
Rich
call.
calls with queen 10.
And this is a fourth of.
Now Jim's getting so much.
But this is a fourth of Steve's stack.
Oh, how do we?
And he's gonna smooth
Steve
call.
calls with pocket 5s.
Is the entire table in his hand at this point?
No, I think under the gun folded.
Yeah, this isn't Jim's idea. Oh, I'm wrong. Don't listen to me, anybody out there.
Well, there's
Jim's
just
saying you
so
got
much
me
money.
hooked.
So at this point, you know, Jack 10 can flop the nuts.
Yeah.
And it can flop the nuts a couple different ways. So calling there is fine. Even 8-6, you know, Eric's probably going to take a flyer.
I mean, he's priced in.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's what, 2.6. He's got to call 250, so he's getting 10 to 1 on his money. Yeah, he's going to make that call.
Well, this
I
is
wonder
the
if that
biggest
was
hand
an
we've seen.
opportunity to jam and take that pot down. How many people just flat the bet there and
The problem is Mike's played really tight, and he raised under the gun +1. So they're going to give him credit for a strong hand that's probably got a call off a jam. That's what I'd be thinking if I was in the blinds and looking to steal all that dead money. That is a set of 9s for Bob, and not much else for anybody.
Well,
We got
Jim's
top pair for Ray.
tens and,
Everybody's got like these one pair hands, like Queen 10, King 10, Pocket 7s, Jack 10, but those aren't great. Nobody's got the clubs.
7 check.
Bob should be betting this. Yep, fantastic. 2 million into a 3 million pot. That's a fantastic jam. He's got to protect his hand against those draws. Clubs and straight draws. There's going to be a bunch of them out there.
No one's asked for a comment.
I don't know if anybody can call. Certainly not Ray. He's got the rest of the table behind him, and all he's got is one pair with no redraw. Coming all the way back around to Jim. He might think about it, but I don't think anybody's going to... Or not Jim,
Whoa, that's a call.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty loose call there.
Yeah.
He's not very strong, and he can't stand the pressure of another jam behind him. I mean, he's not going to get one because of the actual hands that they have, but that's a pretty loose call.
See, it's different, I think, for me sitting here knowing these players and the way they play, and so I'm making some assumptions because I got to believe that Jim just lets this go because he's played with Ray a lot. I know he's played with Bob a lot, but
well,
why he's thinking
you got
about
an
this
all-in
is
and a call in front of you. You're sitting on top pair with a jack kicker. I mean, for a player as savvy as Jim, I think he's probably going to lay this down.
I would think so.
Jim's just thinking about how much money's in that pot. He does have top pair. If he thinks his hand is best, and there was a jam call both on draws, yeah, see, he's thinking he might actually be the best hand.
Yeah.
Eric folds.
That's a good
Mike's
fold,
probably going
though.
to follow suit here.
Jim's going to pat himself on the back when he sees these cards turned over.
There it goes.
Best hand free, not going in the muck.
They're going to roll him over, and Ray is going to be disappointed.
Yes, he is. Yeah. I mean, he's got to get runner here.
Runner, and not the great runner kind.
No, not a redraw runner. Just
looking for King Jack or 10.
He can go, yeah, Queen Jack. He can go 10 King,
yeah.
King.
I wasn't sure what you had.
But 2 10s are gone already.
Yeah.
No, actually, that was the case 10. Queen 10, Jack 10 are already out there.
Yep.
So he needs runner Kings or Queen Jack.
Or runner straight.
It's over.
That's over.
Fantastic double up for Bob. Couldn't have come at a better time.
It's huge.
So by just calling that pre-flop bet, he allowed himself the opportunity to have a bigger pot. He could have raised and taken down a smaller pot. That would have been safer. But as you can see, the chip sliding over his way, he's now in a really good position.
And you hear Jim back there as the cards were put out. He's saying yay. He's giving himself a pat on the back. He's glad he folded.
Yeah, even if Jack 10 is the best hand there, it's still a good fold.
Yeah. Now that's a hit for Ray. I got to say, what I really like about Ray's game is that he doesn't go on tilt that I'm aware of. I mean, he gets upset, but he doesn't all of a sudden react, right? And that's what good poker players have to do. They have to be able to take those hits and then not come back and make an emotional reaction to that. And I think Ray is pretty good at that. I got to believe that just about anybody at this table is good at that.
I didn't want to call, but it was
Tony wakes up to a huge hand, finally! He's just trying to contain himself.
He's under the gun with aces. What do you think the move is here?
I don't know.
The move is a standard raise.
We know what he's got, but we saw a little grin there.
It should be 400,000, 450, 5. What do you bet? 525. That's 3.5. That's in the range.
Especially when you're second to act.
The problem is he hasn't really played much, and so they're going to give this some credit.
Absolutely.
If he bets 2.5 bigs, he might be inducing a call, which is what he wants. But nobody's got a hand to call him with. This is really unfortunate for Tony.
It is.
Even with a 2.5 big blind raise, I don't think anybody's calling there.
Yeah. All right, takes it down.
That's just poor luck.
Yep. Nobody had anything. That was.
Yeah. That's how it goes in these tournaments. You got to get a couple different kinds of lucky, and one of them is not unlucky like Tony just got, which is no action on his aces.
That's a fantastic point.
So they're switching dealers around here. The Windy City Poker Championship team, both of these young men came over here with the crew. The crew came in here and set up. There's some interesting aspects with these cards, right? They're pretty stiff. You know, you can't bend them, you can't flip them up. And these gentlemen, these dealers have to be pretty patient with making sure that they don't get ahead of themselves. It's tough, particularly in a final table like this as a dealer. You really don't want to make any mistakes, right,
Absolutely
Josh?
not.
Yeah, and you got the pressure of the cameras and the lights. And big money on the line.
You know, they were going to have Tim deal this final table, but then they figured out, you know, his head wouldn't fit inside of the camera shot. So they said, sorry,
block
Tim.
out the players who we actually want to see.
Yeah, that would have been a problem.
I don't know if his arms are long enough for this table either.
Good point.
Breaking at just the wrong point.
But again, these guys, these Windy City guys, they're just pros. They really know what they're doing. They move around all over the country doing this kind of thing, and they've been doing it for quite some time. They have a lot of repeat customers, and they work very hard. And we're really glad they came out and helped us with this. Again, we're not seeing any this 2 hands in a row where the cards really aren't that impressive. What? Eric looks like he's thinking about.
Eric really has been card dead. Of all the hours I've seen him on stream, I haven't really seen him have much at all to play with. He could raise here and represent something.
600,000. He might take this pot down. There it is.
Ace-8 is a perfectly fine fold there. He really can't afford.
You think so? Yeah. Well,
yeah, Ace-8's actually
right? Okay.
offsuit. It's really not as strong as people think it is.
Yep.
I'd rather have Ace-5, Ace-4 there. But he calls and then he's out of position. And unless he smashes the flop, he really can't defend any much more pressure without getting all of his chips in.
Yeah. You coming in to sit down, Singh? All right. Hey, I'm going to give up my seat for a little while. Singh's going to come in. He's one of our. What's that?
Singh, you can use the headset here.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get there. Other than you're one of our favorite players here in the Reserve Poker Room in Toledo, Ohio. Singh is coming in. You're taking time from working hard and opening a new restaurant.
Rich has been pretty quiet, and he wakes up to Ace-Queen of Spades. He's in early position. He's going to raise. Looks like he raises to 500,000. It's an excellent raise. It's a little big, probably, but it's not terrible.
I'm sure it makes a difference in what they've done there these last few days because of all the rebuys. It's a totally different game.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I still think the funniest line was the first night we the turn or something, and they're like, well, Brian's
Yeah,
got
just
a
gonna have to
0%
sit like
chance
that.
of winning, but he's going to lead off the betting.
And sure enough.
Brian.
Pat. General Pat.
We've got Singh here now with us. You want to say hi, Singh?
Hello, everybody.
Singh is one of our WPT champions, isn't that right, Singh?
Yes, sir. Every dog has to say, you know.
When did you win that tournament?
I think it was a few months ago.
It was our very first one, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
January.
Yes.
January, I remember. You're wearing the Aaron Donald jersey.
Yes, you know.
That's your boy.
Yes, my
Ray's
brother
under the
from
gun.
another mother.
All right, we got Ray with A7 of hearts under the gun. Just flats.
He just calls. That's not really a good play with a hand like that. You want to either fold under the gun or you want to make a raise.
I don't know. It seems to me like one of those situations where he wants to play but doesn't really want to get too invested. So I don't hate the flat.
Yeah, well, you're short stacked with 1.9 million. What is that, like 14, 15 bigs? I mean, you really should be raising or folding. Actually, you really should be folding or jamming.
Yeah, I mean, 150K is what?
That hand's just not that strong.
8% of the stack.
Mike comes on. Oh, Mike raises. All right.
Yeah.
That's excellent.
That's probably enough to take this pot down.
Yeah, it's going to cripple Ray if he calls and loses.
Yes, but I don't see,
You know?
I think it's an easy fold for him.
This is one of the reasons why you shouldn't be limping with a hand like that. You raise and Mike's got to think that it's a lot harder for him to fold to your jam, so he's less likely to jam with something like King Jack off. Ray's seriously considering it. He's going to count his chips out and see how crippled he'll be if he loses.
Yep, I think he's going to make the call.
I mean, it's good pressure because under the gun limp, there's exactly one hand that's
Ray
going
makes
to
the
be
call.
crushing King Jack, and that's aces. And you're just hoping to limp. You really shouldn't be making that call with ace-7 there. He's going to go ahead and take a flyer and try and chip up.
Shouldn't be pushing it that good.
I'm really surprised Ray made this call with ace-7. I mean, I know he's suited, but Mike's been playing really tight, jams in the small blind. I don't know.
I think it had to do a lot with the chip counts too. So he had him.
You think if Mike had him out chipped by a little bit,
Yeah.
lets it go?
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, you might be right about that.
He's going to break something or
I do think like that too as a poker player. Sometimes I think, well, this is a bad decision, but I won't be out of the tournament if I'm wrong.
Oh yeah, we make blunders, even no matter how good we are and how good we think we are, and just each hand plays differently.
To the flop, we got 3 queen 5 rainbow flop.
Oh, that's some outs for Mike.
That's some outs for Ray. That gets 4 to the flush, isn't it?
Ray doesn't need any outs.
Nice call, Ray.
Nice call. I don't know if that's right. I mean, nice because you won, but you got to think at the decision point, was it a nice call or not?
Yeah, they said they were working.
Mike is a very tough player, and
yeah, he made a good run.
Yes,
So the division
played very well. Congratulations to him.
Well, I think we
Looks like we got Mike coming back here to talk to us.
Oh, with the last longer?
Yeah.
Did they divvy that up yet?
Yeah, they just gave it all up.
Tell us, Mike, what were you thinking when you jammed against that under the gun?
Right over 4,400.
He likes to do that. He likes to lump under the gun.
helped the decision a little bit.
It still was kind of like a freeze bat, and I don't know, he's been doing it all tournament, and I thought my only play was a jam.
Yep.
Because it's 90% of his stack, and
Yeah, I can't believe he made the call there.
I can't believe he made it either.
You know what? You know what though? Even worse than that, I think I gotta ask you, brother. What were you thinking when you laid down that king queen, the top pair there?
The only kid I haven't played with the entire tournament, more than like 5 hands, was the kid next to me. The jams.
So you just gave
Did you put him on the flush there?
Situation.
No, I thought he had either the dry ace of diamonds or 8 ace queen.
You still don't have $15.
And I'm in bad shape, and I've got 2 people behind me.
But are you happy with the way you played this tournament?
I'm happy the way I played, considering.
Yeah, your cards have been a little rough.
Hey, you'll be back at it again.
Considering the amount of folds I've made, yeah, I was. I don't think I've had a premium hand since probably like 5 hours ago. So
yeah,
well,
it's been kind of a rough.
Yeah, you took some tough beats today, but you hung in there, man. You played pretty well. Finished 9th. It's a good run.
Thank you.
I could not believe you laid down that king queen
for the tournament.
Yeah, I like it. The place is beautiful. It's a great place to play.
Yes.
All right, Mike, we appreciate you coming back and chatting with us for a minute.
Hey, great playing this weekend,
All right,
man.
thanks, boys. I appreciate it, man.
Thank
Take
you.
it easy. All right, let's get back to the action.
Bob has called with Queen Jack. Looks like Tony had raised. So Tony, who hasn't played very many hands, has decided to.
Ray calls with Jack 3 suited.
Oh, I missed that. I thought the graphic said that he had raised. Looks like Bob raises.
Oh, he hits his.
Actually, we can see some
Jack.
action
They
here.
both flop top pair, but Ray is severely outkicked.
But Ray doesn't know that. Against Bob's range, he's got ace, queen, king, queen. You know, he's got a bunch of other hands, pocket eights that.
He
This
called
hand
all
might
in.
spell disaster for Ray Red.
He called all in.
Ray just insta jammed all in. Bob's probably going to let this go.
That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, because of how
Yeah.
much it changes his position at the table.
That's correct.
Right now, he's got a really good chip count. He's got enough bigs he can really play. He calls and loses, and he's in a tough position. So.
Oh wow, he's gonna lay this down.
And it's what's crazy is I played with Ray in the last finals for WPT first finals.
Yeah.
And he was jamming in with pocket sevens, pocket threes, pocket deuces, anything that he pockets it. But this is the first time I've seen him. I think he lost that one, so he wants to take this one for sure. So he wants to get as many chips he can.
Yeah, I think I'd probably fold. I probably hate it. I might even think I'm ahead, but
Yes. But I think he's played with him before, so he might
I mean, they
call.
do play together. They know
Yeah.
each other. He might think the same thing Mike was thinking, which is that, you know, Ray makes these kinds of moves, and
That's correct.
you know, he's got a backdoor flush draw and a 3, and that's all he can really catch to beat Bob. But you know, obviously Bob doesn't know that.
I mean, Bob's in this pot for $1 million right now, and it's 2.8 to take it down. I mean, he's already
4.8 in the middle. Yeah, in the middle. 2.8 to call. So he's not quite getting 2 to 1 on his money. I mean, you got to decide here if you're Bob. Do you want to take a stab? Do you think you're right and you want to try and win this tournament and chip up here?
Yeah.
I bet you he's thinking, do I want to call away half of my stack and dodge a diamond?
Yeah.
I bet you that's what he's thinking.
I think it's easy fold.
I'd probably fold. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like it, especially after having bet.
Because he could have him on a set of tens, he could have him a set of deuce,
Jack
he could
10.
anything, Jack 10,
10 with
pair,
a couple of diamonds.
or pocket queens, pocket kings, pocket aces, anything.
Even a hand like King Jack or Ace Jack.
Anything, yes, you're right.
Yeah, you have top here. If he has Ace Jack instead of Queen Jack, it's a harder fold.
Yeah.
He probably puts Ray on a hand like a middle pair with a draw.
I don't see that.
Yeah, it would be a bad draw if you had a, or middle pair. You mean a 10? Yeah.
Yeah, like if he had Ace 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, Ace 10 of diamonds would be monster. But if you have Ace 10 of diamonds, jamming would be a really.
You still can't take that risk with Queen Jack.
Yeah, that's right.
He does have no redraw with the clubs.
Find yourself squinting, coming bright. Throw those puppies on, they'll help.
Very tough decision.
I need to wear them, but I'm thinking about wearing them. It's bright.
But he's been lucky all through the tournament, as you saw that he took pot away from everybody in just a couple of pots ago, right? A couple of hands ago.
Well, this is one of the things Ray does really
Big
well.
call or fold, he's right.
He's putting pressure on somebody with a worse hand. He's done that a lot, and he's very good at it. Of course, Bob might know that.
Those are our temporary 100,000 chips that he's shuffling there.
Yeah, when I sat down today, I counted my chips, and I was convinced I was 300,000 short than what I should have. So I went and marched up to there. My chips are wrong. I said, oh, well, you got 3 grays right there.
Oh, you bagged a couple times, right?
No.
One?
No, just once.
All right. You played very well.
Thank you. I thought I played all right, but man, 4 flights for one trip through. That was a rough week
Hey,
for me.
don't tell me what's a rough is. Okay, I was tracked up
He's gonna make the
375.
fold. He announces a fold. He's gonna show him Jack 3. Watch this. He's gonna be pissed.
He's not gonna show
folds.
it, does he?
Oh,
Promise
wow.
it. Oh, come on, Bob. It's okay.
Oh, and then he looks at the
It's
camera
okay.
like, you know, you guys are talking shit.
He doesn't like it, but he made the
Oh
right.
my
right
lord.
That was a good. That's still a flop. I mean, it's easy. Drop your cards and look and wait for the next hand. That's it.
That one is gonna sting.
You have a raise on the move. He's stacking them up.
Look at the smirk on Ray's face.
Yeah, look at that smile.
He's electric. Boogie, boogie,
He's
boogie,
been there
boogie.
before, you know. He's been on this final table before, and there was 3 of us
I know.
for almost, I guess, 4 or 5 hours. But in the end, I don't know how
I like
got
to go
lucky,
all
but
in knowing I have the
Ray
best
played very well. Scared from him.
Sure.
Here it says, I like to go all in knowing I have the best hand. How often does that actually happen?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're never, I mean, what,
Unless
maybe,
you
Didn't like
When I went all in
maybe
today,
10,
I knew
15%
I
of
had the
time
best
you're
hand.
certain? Yeah.
I went all in on the turn knowing I had the best hand, and I was
I
literally
showed him
drawing
the
dead.
jack before I
Literally.
Oh, wow.
No
Okay,
redraw.
Jim wakes up with a pair of 10s. Like
He's
to see
plus
him.
1. He's going to raise
I like
here.
to see him 4-bet this.
He's the ex-dealer from Hollywood
550.
Casino,
Yeah, great
and loves to
timing.
play poker at reserve on a daily basis, and has taken down very big tournaments.
He raises it up. What is it? 675.
Yeah, I think
very
that's
nice
too
bet.
big because everybody's going to fold except for the hands that have 10s destroyed. You know, like
Uh-oh.
queens. So like, here you go.
Wow.
And speaking
Now
of
everybody's
having
going to think
10s
he's bluffing
destroyed.
even if he's trying to bet.
Exactly. Jim's going to be thinking he just went all in with Jack 3.
Ray wakes
So
up
Ray
with
should
queens.
actually probably jam here because it's going to look really suspicious.
Yes. That's great timing. I feel bad for Jim right now.
I don't know if he needs to jam, actually. Oh, he does jam.
never know. You can feel bad for
Just
Jim
because
right
it
now.
looks
He
so
can pop in
ridiculous.
the
He
window,
just
buddy.
did it.
Let's see if
It's a way over bet, and he wants the action.
Oh, he's going to get called.
But Jim doesn't like to fold a hand like this, especially
No.
when he thinks his opponent's on air.
And when you go all in pre-flop, you put all the pressure on everybody else. It's not on you, so. What the heck?
Yeah,
Oh, I know. I get
the
frustrated.
hand on the forehead. He does.
I
He
do.
does, actually. Yep.
He called.
He
No,
folds.
he folded.
A fold? Okay.
Yeah, he folded.
That's a
Great.
good fold.
Good
Yeah,
fold.
Jim's too smart for that.
I'm going to give you a...
How often does pocket 10s hold up pre-flop all
never.
the way down?
Never with me.
He disagrees with the jam, I think.
Yeah.
Because you got queens, so like what you want more money. So what you should be doing is raising an amount that Jim calls.
Yes.
Then you're
Yes.
playing with queens in position. You're playing for a bigger pot. You're not likely to get outdrawn. You want all of those chips. But
Yes.
I understand why Ray did what he did, and I don't hate it.
Well, I think Jim didn't have a position, so I mean Ray's position was automatically, you know, like, hey, I got the queens. I don't care what anybody else has. Let's put the pressure on them. And last two hands I got to take this one too.
Yeah, but Ray raises to something like 1.6 million, and Jim might come over the top. He might 4-bet that.
That's correct.
All in, and then it's an easy call for him with
Yeah.
queens. And then he gets all the action he wants.
Uh-oh. Jim's talking a little smack there.
Yeah, don't be saying
He
that
said
your
raise
3-6 of spade is the best hand. That's
I didn't say it was the best. I said I get the job done.
Hey, that's
No,
you say go
3-6
check it out with this guy
They
and
blew
that
you
guy.
up on the live
I'm like,
stream.
man, you better buy the lottery ticket.
The 6-3?
Yeah.
Yeah, they blew you up.
Oh, did
Yeah,
they?
no. We played
Yeah,
tough
ask
games.
Jonathan what he got knocked out of the tournament with, huh? Ask him who wins with 6-3 of spades.
Bob's got King 10 of clubs. This
He
is
just
a
got
very
the lucky
playable
guy,
hand from the
baby.
cutoff.
King 10 suited.
Rich has ace queen. He's been a little
Yes.
quiet lately, so
Here
he's
we
going to
go.
come in and probably for a raise. He fold. No, I see the graphic was wrong. 400 to call for Rich. In the
Steve,
small blind, you really want to
easy
be
fold.
raising here. I mean, I find myself calling a lot in the small when I should raise too because, you know, you're going to be out of position if they call you, and it's just an uncomfortable spot to be. But that hand is too strong. And Bob might be steaming. after folding to Ray. Looks like he just called.
Yeah, I like that play.
Setting up a trap.
Yeah, we'll just flat it with ace.
Yeah, that's
queen.
exactly right. He does not look like he has ace king, queen there. Let's see this flop.
And he hits his queen.
Right, but Bob
gonna be an
also
action
hit what
flop.
could be the best hand.
Got top for Rich and middle pair for Bob, who led.
Yep.
Look for a continuation bet here, and Rich. It'll be interesting to see if Rich smooth calls again, or if maybe he tries to take the pot down. There are two diamonds out there.
I
Straight
think,
draw,
yes,
flush draw.
The diamonds will scare him, so I think he will just call.
Yeah, there's two schools of thought on that. Some
Or maybe
people
he
say,
might raise it
"I
really
gotta
high
protect,"
to.
right.
Maybe he will just raise it really high to get him out.
But you're right, though. The strength of his hand is concealed. He can check here and give Bob some rope to hang himself.
Yeah.
Check raise here is also a very good play.
See, I think if he just flats here, though, Bob slows down on the turn.
They both
Yeah, that's
have-
right. It's a lot of strength to just flat.
And they both have the same amount of chips, so
Raise announced.
He's considering how much.
he thinks he has diamonds.
The 1.2.
Can only make it 1.2.
So you were one of the double bags.
Was that? No, it's more than that.
Oh,
I didn't make it.
Oh, gotcha.
But the second
Raised to 1.2.
1.2, okay. So it's a min raise. It has to look really strong to Bob.
That's correct.
And the problem is
Now
he
he's
just
thinking.
got bullied out of a pot.
Yes. Where he has a chance, but you know, he still needs it. I mean, he's behind. He should fold. Easy fold. I would.
Yeah, painful fold.
Yes.
Yeah, I probably fold there too. I see bet with the second pair king kicker, and I get that check raise. I'm probably letting it go.
I don't know. He's in this pot for 1.1 million and it's 600 to call.
That means it's a min raise? Yeah.
Might want to stick around and see if he can turn the set, maybe two pair.
Yeah, I know, but those you're drawing
But-
5 outs. You know,
But he's
that's-
also scared from diamonds.
Look at
He's
that.
scared
Makes
from
the call.
queen. He's scared.
Yeah, 5 outs, and one of those
Yeah.
outs you don't want to see.
That's the first thing, he just explained that to me. And I'd never heard of it before.
So he does just
Four of
call.
spades turns.
So Rich loves that card. He's probably gonna fire here. 3.7 in the pot. He really wants to bet the right amount that gets a call.
1.5.
Yeah, 1.5 is great. Maybe even as much as half pot, but
What do you think? Do you want the call here
Yeah.
if you were Ray?
yeah, I think so. Even if he's got a draw,
Yeah.
it's a mistake to call most times. He's got to make that price right. So if he bets half pot, yeah, maybe he needs to price up a little bit.
He folded before the dealer could even get the count.
There you go.
It was
Good
1.7,
fold.
just so we're clear. We're pretty. I was closer when I said 1.5.
Yeah,
Good fold.
yeah, he was trying to get a call.
Yeah.
I like that move.
Yep, fantastic hand for Rich. Rich has been playing great. You know, he took a really bad beat when they went down to one table. He was all in against Anthony. He got Anthony all in. Ace king to ace 3. They both flopped top pair, and Anthony rivered a 3 to make 2 pair and take it down.
Hey.
That wasn't at the final table, was it?
That was when they got down to the final table. That was when they had 11 players.
Okay.
But I can understand this for sure.
I never wanted to be that guy with the glasses.
George went and put some on last time.
Not like anybody's ever done a blunders like I have yesterday. Or day before yesterday, my
I'll
bad.
let you guys get the
375K, and a lot of emotions get in your head. And at that time, all I had to do was just walk away for 5 minutes and come back and bag my money and leave. But instead of that, I'm just went in all in. Against
we charge $1 a minute for all these bad beat stories. You got your wallet.
Well, Well, you owe me $5, and I think I've given you at
You owe
least
me
5 of
$5.
those stories.
All right, where are we at here?
Steven.
We got Ray races it up with Jack 8 off to
This is-
450,000. He's making a little posture here.
You know, you got to give Ray some credit. Maybe he's doing a little bit more than we would do, but he's putting the pressure on his opponents. He's playing to win the tournament, and you got to have a lot of respect for that. So Jim just calls here. He wants to see a flop before he gets all his chips in with Ray.
I mean, it's basically a min raise out of the big blind, so.
No, cutoff. And Ray flops top pair.
Check.
We only know one thing to do. All in.
Yeah, see this strategy of jamming. So look, he jams here 5.3 million into 1.1 million.
Yes.
That works a bunch of times for a small pot, and then one time
Well, you get caught
for a big pot.
Because somebody's setting you up.
Right. So you're right, exactly. So Jim got the opportunity to double up through Ray for only the cost of a small raise pre-flop out of the big.
And I think I got you one time like that.
Did you? Oh yeah, man. You give me a hard time in tournaments. I'll tell you that.
Sorry.
Sig.
Hey, you're a tough player
You're
to play
very
against,
hard to
bro.
put on a hand.
Just make sure next time you play with me, I got it.
That's what you want me to think.
No, that's the only way I play.
Yeah, every time you got it?
Yeah, if I play, I got it. I'm trying to improve in my game. Learning. This has been a greatest experience I've ever had. I've played tournaments a lot over the places, lot of the places, and I played in few in WSOPs. This was my first WPT, but playing in Toledo was just nothing like playing at home.
Yeah, I really enjoy playing at the Reserve as well. They have a tournament every day of the week, and I live about 20 minutes away, and so I make the trip over here often, and it's been just fantastic for me having these opportunities here. Obviously, I love these bigger tournaments too, but the dailies are excellent.
We're a big, one happy family.
So he was first act, wasn't he, Tony? No, second act. So ace 8 with a raise. You guys like that at this situation?
No, I don't like ace 8 almost ever. I almost never play ace 8 offsuit, actually.
Yeah.
I just hate that hand. Ace 8, ace 9, ace 7, ace 6, all those in there.
Yeah.
Steve shoves it in, ace queen. Good.
Yeah, great for
absolutely,
Steve.
yes.
Yeah.
He's so short stacked, he has
Yeah.
to, and this is an excellent spot to just stick it in.
Tony wants a call, but I don't see him calling. Or he wants a
Well,
count,
the way
but I
Ray's
don't see
been
him
playing,
calling
he
for
might
this.
come along too. He's already called the initial raise. We're probably going 3-way to the flop.
He just asked if he could raise. He's going to try to make a raise. He knows with Ray to his left, he's got to try to keep this just heads up. A smooth call means that Ray is coming in, and he doesn't want that.
Well, ace 8 is a really bad hand, I
Yes, it
think,
is.
to make that isolation move, because, you know, Ray could have a hand like just pocket 8s, pocket 9s, pocket 10s that he just wanted to see a flop with that he's going to continue. He could have ace 10 suited,
Yeah, Ray's asking
ace
for-
queen suited. He could have a lot of hands that he's like strong enough to call with.
What would your strategy be?
With
right
ace
now?
8?
Yes.
I would have folded pre-flop.
Get the hell out of Dodge.
Like first time I
think.
saw him, I would have just folded.
For 770.
If I'm in there, this action back to me, I just call.
I like queen 10.
Yeah,
Suited.
queen. Yeah, suited Broadway cards are
Yeah.
far superior to ace 8, ace 7, ace 6.
Then he raised because he said it was
Let's see
open
what-
to raise. And I just wanted to
Yeah.
He raised
He was the initial raiser.
They're having an issue right now because Steve's all-in bet may not have been a full raise more than what Tony raised. So because it's not a full raise more, it does not open the action for Tony to re-raise, which is what Tony wants to do and tried to do. So they're telling him all he can do is call. That is the correct call. That is Jim there. Jim is one of the owners of the Reserve. He has come over to issue that ruling. So that means Ray's just going to call too. There's no way he folds at this point.
He gets
200 was the big line, so he raised 275.
Yeah, he only raised 275.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. the action is open because the raise was only 275 more than the big blind, and Steve's raise was
So I had 475 in.
295 more than Tony's. So because it is more than Tony's raise of the big blind, Tony has the option to raise.
He said raise a million, and he just raised
1.7.
Do I need to make it 1.7 or?
Did you say 1 million?
I said I'll raise a million.
I'll raise a million.
Yeah.
He probably should match his.
We're live on Facebook for Reserve
1.7.
Poker Club, Toledo, Ohio.
Yep.
I mean, you got to give it to Tony. He's just not afraid. Ray's got enough chips he could call and bust him. Oh no, he doesn't. But he could call and really hurt him.
Yeah, he could.
So Ray's got to get out of the way at this point. I mean, calling a flop for 1.3, it's going to be so large that you have to smack it with Queen 10.
And you know, Ray does this quite often. He likes things to be done properly and done right. But, you know, Singh, I think you do that too, but I think also some of this is to make sure that your position at the table is understood. That you're not here just to be pushed around. This isn't a willy-nilly night. You want things to go right. And it sends a message to other players.
Yes, it's all about you.
It's all about you.
Yes.
Yeah, and you have to be that person. And I hats off to you and both of you guys here, and then Ray and some of Eric. I mean, guys that just sit down at the table and make their position known. Make sure, hey, I'm here. They try to control the pace. They try to control the betting. And it makes a big difference.
I've played a lot with Tony, and he's difficult because
yes,
he's hard to bluff off a hand.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
very sticky, but then he's also perfectly willing to just bet,
yes,
and come back at you.
He bluffs
So
quite a bit. He took I just saw one of those things. He took a pot away from me with the, what do you call the 8-5s? Moose.
The moose.
Yeah.
The moose.
Yep. And he's hard to put on a hand, and then sometimes you think you got him because his range is so wide. Oh, we're on camera here for a second. He wants us to wave at the camera.
Oh, all right. Here we go. Yeah.
Hey there.
Yeah.
He doesn't say anything when he tells us. He just points and waves, so we have to... We're all kind of new to this.
This guy's natural here.
Oh, no.
So is he.
No, I learned the hard way yesterday.
Yeah. I usually have hoodie over my head.
So that's the guy that just came into the screen there. That's Kurt. He runs this group, the Windy City Poker Championship crew, and he just does a great job. You should see this back room full of all this equipment. It's way over my head. I don't know, Singh. I mean,
yes, totally.
Right?
I mean,
It's amazing what these guys
I was shocked when I walked in here.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
We're at the Super Bowl.
Right.
Right on the plus side, it made it complicated.
All right, so now we're ready for the flop. We got 2 players that can still bet. We got 1 player all in, and what a flop!
Good flop for.
Well, there is a side pot to be betting at. They might just check it down, but
yeah, I would think they would.
Ray just picked up a gut shot. Oh, he checks.
Hearts. Nobody has hearts.
No.
Steven survives, and actually,
Steve survives.
Triples up.
Ray is gonna fire.
Gonna fire.
I love it. He's just playing for the side pot. He knows he's just playing for the side pot, but he's not gonna be pushed around by Tony.
No.
Look
There
at
goes
that.
Tony.
That's
1
it.
point.
That's that table position, right? That's it.
His ace-8 isn't a must.
And the hard thing
Steve,
about
look
that
at
too
him,
is
puffed
like,
up. Yeah, Stevie, go buddy, go buddy. Your craziness got you here.
Yeah.
yeah, well, no, it got him to day 2, but he's actually played tight today.
Yes,
And,
I saw him
like, you
fold
could
some
see,
cards that I've never seen him do that.
You could see the physical discomfort.
Yes.
You know how painful it was to him to just knit up a little bit.
We were like, when are you gonna get the itch? He's like, what itch? I said to call. He always gets the itch to call. He has to call every hand. But
Yeah, he's been playing pretty tight today.
Very tight.
So Steven's moving up the ladder.
Yes. And now he's at 2.7 mil. That was a big pot for him.
So Tony C at the 1.8. Tony's one of those guys that helped us with this big tournament that we had with the Down for the Ride. That was a lot of fun. That was a tournament that we had that benefited the Down syndrome, the bike riders and Tony was a big part of that.
Yeah.
They're a great organization, Down for the Ride. I almost lost my down for the ride half the other day because we've had such big wins here in Toledo. But great organization. We had a great tournament that day. How did you do in that fencing?
I don't know. I think I made it to final table. I think that's was it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I usually I make it up there, and over there just I'm kind of like Ray, all in guy. Yeah. You know, like okay, here I gotta push because if I'm low in stack, I play very different. If I'm heavy in stack, then I play
Steve
different.
just folded sevens, gang. Look at that.
Oh, good fold.
Rich comes
He
out.
folded to a bet.
Yeah.
To Rich's bet.
Yeah.
To Rich's bet.
He might just be thinking he just chipped up. He needs a minute to collect himself. You know, I've done that too. Sevens is pretty strong, but
what would you do? All
I'm feeling it there. I just tripled up. I'm thinking I'm raising. I'm probably gonna 3-bet with sevens. But you know, I'm sitting here and he's sitting there, so
yes.
Maybe just taking
Great
a breather is the right decision.
Look at this.
So Rich has a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, and an overcard. Continuing here is fine. Checking is fine as well.
Good move.
Love it.
Yeah.
It's only 3 times the bet, and he's got to think he's got the best hand.
Wow, good move.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Rich is gonna go ahead and I mean, like it's so hard to fold because of the money.
I love it. The way he brings all his money in, doesn't only say all in and just says like, no, here, this is in your face.
Right.
Nice hand, Jim.
Yeah, you got to think about that when you're Rich.
Yeah.
So he bet about 1/3 of Jim's stack, and Jim doesn't really have a choice.
You learn something.
It can't be that close because they get feedback.
Oh, okay. And the core's not on there.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, Tim Yeager's joining us now.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, one of our dealers here at the Reserve Poker Room in Toledo, Ohio. And he's been working his butt off all weekend like all the other dealers, right, Tim?
Correct, and I hit my prop bet. That's what really matters.
Tell us your prop bet.
How many downs I was going to work, and I actually hit my prop bet. Thank you, Glenn. Thank you, Nate. I appreciate the money.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody just put in a lot of hours this weekend for this tournament. It's a big tournament. We were a little, stressed out coming into. This is the biggest tournament we've had for this our first year, our anniversary. And Tim, you've been here from the beginning.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everybody that came out and showed the support, especially with all the rebuys and all the new players we had come in from Chicago. Thank you to all you guys also. It's been a really good experience for all of us, and a little hectic, but we all got through it. And here we are, seeing our finest players here playing the final table. So that's what really matters.
Hey Tim, Glenn just commented in the live stream that he's not paying up any prop bet until he sees some proof. So we'd like to see that proof when it's time to pony up.
Well, hey Glenn, I just want to let you know that I got 63 on the dot, and it's been confirmed by both Jim and Marissa.
There you go.
What's Eric doing here? Eric, did Eric get bored? Or
Eric has not played a hand. He's raised with ace-4. He's small stack. This is an excellent raise. He's on the button.
See, you need
He's been very tight. He's been hard dead. This is a really good all-in raise. He's got to get chips. I love it. He happens to come into sevens. That's unfortunate.
And he folded the sevens.
Tony folds the sevens.
You know why he folded the sevens? Tony, who plays a lot of hands, you know why he folded? Is because Eric hasn't played a hand this whole final table. That's why.
And he didn't have position either.
Well, it was all
position,
in.
but anyway.
It was all in.
He also had a short. He also has a short stack behind him too there, so that probably plays a little bit of a factor in this decision.
Yeah.
No, it's the other Tony. He was very deep.
I'm saying he has Tony C behind him there, also still.
Oh, right.
In the big blind.
Yeah, in the big blind. So I mean, if Tony picks up, if Tony C picks up any type of hand there, he might also shove.
Yeah.
He just.
Man, I could use a cheeseburger.
He just got caught with a weekend too.
Tim, I'm surprised. Not surprised, but we've got all these guys here that are pretty much local, and time again we get out of towners that come in here for our tournaments, and then they wind up winning. First timers, second timers, right?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Also, it's nice to see that we have a little bit mixture of our normal cash game players and our tournament players in this. With with Eric and Bob Brown there, they're both some of our normal cash game players. Then you have somebody like Tony who just shoved here, or just raised here, and Tony Caputo, and Steve Johnson, who are our normal tournament players. So it's a little mixture, and it's great to see.
It is. Yeah. I'm a little surprised that Singh is sitting next to me and not at the final table, but
hey,
that's
that's my own mistake.
that's a bias on my part. Although
okay.
I would love to see any one of these guys do well.
Looks like Tony's raised on the button with King 10 hearts. That's a great raise.
But Ace
But
Jack,
Bob
I think
has
it's
woken
easy
up
call.
to a hand, yeah. So he's going to get some action from the big blind, and the big blind's range can be really big here. The raise
What
is so
happens-
large, though, that
Oh,
yeah,
wow,
actually, I didn't
fold.
see how big the raise was.
Wow.
Tony should never show his hand there.
No, not at this point.
Yeah, no,
Did he
you
show
gotta,
it?
Yes.
yeah, you gotta muck it.
Just like Eric. I know.
And they're all commenting on it, right?
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
a little surprised that
Well,
he
it's the
showed.
size of the bet.
Uh,
You know, it's the size of the bet. It's saying I got a pocket pair, and so do you want to win a coin flip? Maybe ace king. You know, you don't want to go and dominate it. And Bob's been playing really good poker, so
Very
he doesn't
tight
want to gamble.
He's a very tight player.
Yeah, he's been
Yeah.
playing excellent. He got bluffed out of a pot, but it was actually the correct fold.
Ray's been quiet.
He's not been that quiet.
But he's
He just bluffed into a side pot with Queen Jack or Queen 10, Queen High on the river.
Queen 3.
No, that was Jack 3.
Jack 3, my bad.
Yeah, those two different hands that he's
Yeah.
bluffed. Yeah.
Yes. Hey, I'm gonna remember this when I play with these guys next time. Just to let you know.
Me too. That's what I was saying. I was like, man, this is so
Man, this is the greatest
valuable to
lesson.
me.
I was like, oh god.
Well, I think someone like Steve Johnson here, who's known as a little bit of a loose cannon, is playing extremely well.
Oh
You
my
know,
god.
I don't-
Everybody's shocked about this.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's the smartest thing he can do is do this one time on the stream, and then he can play like a maniac the rest of the time.
Come on.
that is kind of the story of the night, right? But
You wouldn't have raised much anyway.
the big story will be who takes this $27,000 down
Yes.
for first place, right?
Yes.
We reached way over our goal of 100,000. We're at 130,000 total pot. This is our 1-year anniversary and our biggest tournament so far.
Oh, yeah,
And it's
yeah.
just been overwhelming, the support that we've gotten, not only from our local community. We've got nothing but locals here, but we had, like earlier pointed out, we had Chicago and what's our Kenosha guy? The guy that always comes in.
His
for
name is
Kenosha.
Ed Yee. Ed Yee made
yeah.
it till about 20th tonight. He's a fantastic player.
He is.
Props to Ed.
He comes out every month for our big one. He makes the drive. I love the way he plays. He had a big stack. He had about 2 million kind of midway through today, and I thought he was going to make the final table, but he just had a series of 3 tough hands. And
also-
now Steve's got a huge hand under the gun.
Oh wow. What's his raise?
800,000. What are the blinds right now?
I think
He
the
took
blinds are
too
1
long
and
to
2.
put those raise.
Yeah, so that's
Just
4x under the gun. That's pretty healthy.
Tony folding the playable
everybody's
hand.
folding. He needs a caller. Come on. Needs
Yeah,
a
you
caller.
can't be
Double my
afraid.
dude up.
You can't be afraid. You gotta be making raises that people
Oh, there's
call.
Ray.
Ray has
King
been
eight.
playing kind of crazy,
Okay.
and so
Rich has got to go away.
he doesn't
Yep.
decide to do it here. Steven, this would never happen in a normal tournament for Steven.
Yes.
For Steve.
Right.
He'd
Yeah.
get 3 callers.
Vic, to touch base a little bit closer to what you were talking about, we also had people in from Buffalo.
Yeah.
So they came just for this.
Philadelphia?
Yeah, and somebody from Philadelphia.
Pittsburgh,
so
Columbus.
the word is getting out about our tournaments and how well we run them. So
Yeah.
hopefully that continues and we can just keep building and building.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta get my focus.
But this is the second time now we've seen where the aces goes out there with a bet and then has to be disappointed and gets no callers, right?
Hey, I had him yesterday.
What do you think about that, Singh? You
I had
happened
him.
to all of us. That's
I
the
had him
worst.
yesterday. I think you were trying to figure out, hey, let's see that hand that you had. Remember, that's the only hand. I don't know why it didn't show up on the camera, but I had
Eric with the
aces
legitimate
when I
hand?
put 30,000 in.
Yeah.
One of
Yeah, okay.
2 legitimate hands he's had at this final table.
There we go.
He's going to be raising with it.
Eric's that type of player though that can weather the storm of being card dead. He's a really solid.
He's
Yes,
so
he's
highly
solid.
disciplined.
Very disciplined player.
He really is.
Oh, big raise.
See, 525 is great. That's actually kind of a small raise.
Yeah, actually, it is.
Is
small
that below
raise.
3x?
It's about
That is
2.5
chip.
Yeah.
big.
Those colors are confusing me because
Yeah.
I see like.
Yeah, I made a mistake
Ray's gonna
earlier
give us a
too,
call.
thinking it was a big
Ray's
raise when
gonna
it
give
was a
us a
small
call.
raise. But
Ray calls.
Yep, we have a call by Ray.
yeah, that's fine on the
Steve.
button. You're in position with a suited Broadway. That's fine.
And Steve makes the call also with King Queen.
With Motown.
Right.
Jackson 5.
Now, because Eric has been playing really tight, he's likely to get some credit,
Yes.
especially if he continues on this flop. We'll just have to see what the flop is and how the action goes.
I said 5.5, right?
Lots of time I just, even if I have good cards and have a good Broadway going, even I will drop it just because if there's 2-3 callers already there.
I don't like multi-way pots a lot of times.
I
I
let
really
them-
try to avoid them, and
Yes.
a lot of times I won't even see bet. I open raise, get 2 callers, 3 callers, and I might just give up on the flop if I'm way off.
So what's your strategy if you're low chip at this point?
Low chip, I'm looking for the loose raiser, like the Tony or the Ray at the table, and then I'm jamming against their raises if I'm short enough.
With this flop, I think whoever bets at it first is going to take this down.
I agree with you.
Somebody might float, so
I think they're waiting for Eric to bet.
Eric just
checks.
checked.
Well, I think
I'm
with-
surprised.
Yeah,
He
that's
checked
fine.
around.
he's
Eric's gotta come out
three-way.
with
He
a-
doesn't actually have to continue there.
Eric's got to come out with a bet now, though.
No,
I think.
Yeah, and if he doesn't, Ray's going to need to bet.
Maybe Steven.
If Steven
There we
comes out, he
go.
can take this
Oh my
down.
God.
Well,
he'd
with
be the leader.
Steve's table image of being that loose type of player here, I think he'll be able if he
Well, he
ends
is
up
a
checking,
loose
but
player, but he does not have that image at the
Here you
top.
go.
Here
Both of
we
them.
go.
Here we'll see some fireworks.
I'm wider.
So what does Eric do? Does he raise here?
He might just call. There's 4 to a straight on the board. He's got 2 opponents. He might just flat here and be happy with the pot as it is.
It's my safety hard.
yeah, tons of showdown value to just call.
Yeah, that
good
looks like
call.
what he did.
Okay.
What he did. Yeah, I mean it's really risky to raise because you're only going to get called by better.
He doesn't have anything on the board,
No, but he
he
loves to make a
tries
move
to
in
make
this
a move.
situation. He
Raise
likes to
it.
punish people for small bets and calling, and like you said before, he loves to put the pressure on,
Yes.
and I think he's going to do it.
Hey.
Oh, I was wrong.
Good throwdown.
Yep.
He knows he's been
Split
jamming
pot.
a lot, so
Yeah.
his image is really bad at the moment. They've seen his Queen 10, they've seen his Jack 3.
Jack 3, yeah.
Yeah, so like he's he knows that, and he's gonna slow down now. It's
Hey.
one of the things Ray does really well. He plays all kinds of crazy, and then he knits it up and folds for a couple of hours. He can
Yeah.
really change gears, and a lot of guys can't do that.
Yeah.
It's easy to do when you build up chips, you know.
Yep.
So
You know, Rich in the 1 seat did that exact same thing. He came into this table swinging, and he hasn't played much in the last 45 minutes or so.
he hasn't had.
So look
any
at that
cards.
board there, Tim.
Looks like our stacks are the big blinds getting up there. Our biggest stack is only 30 big blinds deep, and we got 5 of the 8 at the table are 20 big blinds or less. That's going to really force a lot of action.
Yes.
Tony's 7 big blinds. He has to be looking for spots to jam. Any reasonably connected card, any pocket pair, suited aces.
And with a player like Ray having the chip lead, I mean, he's been in this spot before in other big tournaments, so he's a seasoned vet at this. He actually, for anybody that knows him, he had a good run recently down playing in big tournaments in Florida. Final tabled a couple of decent sized events, so this is not uncommon for him to be where he's at. And I think with him having the chip lead, he'll be able to make some moves here.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
And Ray has made a conscious effort to improve his game. I mean, he started playing here a year ago, playing these tournaments.
look
He'd
at
never
this.
really been a tournament player before. He admitted that, and he said he wanted to get good at it. Now he's kind of semi-retired. Like you say, he was on the road the last few weeks. He's going to be on the road for the last month, and all he's going to do is go around the country playing tournaments.
And here we are.
Eric's got big raise coming. Here it is.
So Eric's finally gotten some hands.
Yep. We have to wait.
So he's making a call under the gun with pocket 10s. Probably want to raise with that hand in early position. He's deep enough that he can withstand a 3-bet.
This is his favorite.
But maybe he's trapping because of how the table's been playing. He's looking to come back at him.
Easy throw it out.
As a limp raise.
Uh-oh. It can't be a smooth call. You can't let Steve in this pot, right?
Well, it depends. I mean, ace king is just ace high, so sometimes you need to balance and just call with it. I don't tend to do that too much. I actually really like that bet. 1.6 is, well, it's too big. It's only going to get called by hands that are as strong as this. So really the best you're doing is getting called in on a coin flip, but you can be dominated.
Yeah, he folds.
No,
Eric is a disciplined player. I don't know. His aces.
He's played so well and disciplined all day. You know, this is a hand he's folded this situation before.
Anybody that knows Eric, though, Eric knows what spot he's in here, and after he thinks this through, he's definitely going to make the correct play.
What do you think?
I think he calls here, or possibly jams, and I think he knows he'll be ahead.
Yeah, I don't think calling makes sense for the amounts because he's got 2.6 million, 1.1 to call. He doesn't want to call and then have a bad flop. He wants to see all 5 cards, so it's either a fold or jam.
And there's the all in.
There's the jam. Yep.
There's the jam.
That's right.
And
Rich
obviously
has
has to call.
Yep.
So it's just a coin flip. You got to win these coin flips to win tournaments, and so Eric got it in really good here. Rich just had a good hand.
Let's go, baby.
I've never been on this side of the poker where I can see the hand, so lots of time that
makes it look so easy from this side, doesn't
it?
It's easy, isn't it?
Hey, come on, bro. Just throw those away.
I wasn't getting shit, then I started getting all these hands. Now I'm all in.
Eric
he
just summed
hates
it
it
up
because
right.
he's played so disciplined for
Eric
a couple
just
of
summed it
days.
up. Yep.
He doesn't want to gamble for his tournament life. He's been playing so smart and tight and being really good and disciplined, and then here he is.
He's not on a happy spot.
He's played 2 hands
right
at the
now.
final table, and he's all in for his tournament life.
He's a great player.
If Eric wins this flip right here, though, he's going to be the most dangerous player at the table by far.
Oh yeah, he'll be way up in chips. He'll be way up, and he'll be able to start opening up.
All right, let's see the flop.
You know, it's interesting. We've been watching poker on TV for a long time, and now we kind of understand all of the ins and outs of putting this all together, the technical. So you played Sing with these cards where you can't bend them, right? You got to be careful.
Yes.
And so these things take time. They've got to be done just right with the camera angles, but here it comes.
Oh,
there it is.
He's still got outs.
He's got outs.
Got outs.
Rich flops top
He's got
2.
5 outs, so he needs a jack or a 10. Oh no, he needs just a jack actually.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
See you, boys.
But well played by both gentlemen there.
Yeah.
I think that both made the correct play, which has a lot of chips to make that play.
Guys, be careful getting up.
I think we're gonna be going on break here. In a
Yeah, they
minute.
got a break here.
This is Rob Searfoss. I'm gonna be ducking out. I don't think I'll be coming back after the break. But before we do go to break, I think we've got Eric back here to chat with us for a minute. If we can talk Tim into.
Yep, I'm gonna pass the mic over to Eric right now so he can discuss what just happened.
Go ahead, Matt.
He's wiping away tears as we talk, so it's okay.
Not Eric. Eric doesn't cry.
He'll be right back at the next final table.
What am I?
Tell us whatever you're thinking right now, Eric.
Well, it was a great tournament, well run. I did the best I could, and just couldn't make it happen.
You know, I saw you on. I'm sorry, guys.
Go ahead.
I saw you on stream for hours. I saw you yesterday. I saw you today. I saw you playing out in the field. You played real disciplined, tight, aggressive, like good, and you just were mostly card dead. So how do you feel about, like, I mean, there was that the second or third hand you played at the final table? I mean, like, to come into it.
Yeah, it was like the third.
Yeah, and then you're gambling for your tournament life. You know, that's got to be frustrating.
It was not a spot I really wanted to be in, especially because I opened up early. So, you know, you should respect that raise. But he's also on the button, and he's got a lot of chips. And I just kind of sat there, and once he raised, you know, try to get a feel for him. And
So what did you have him on? What did you think that before you called?
Ace King was the most likely holding. You know, I mean, it could have been Ace Queen, probably not. But Ace King, I just wasn't feeling like he had a bigger pair. And, you know, I had about, I think, 15 bigs at that point.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I felt like, you know what?
Hey, good play.
I like this spot. I'm gonna go with it. So
it's a coin flip.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, you do have to win those coin flips. I mean, great tournament, Eric.
Thank you.
I know you normally play cash games, but
Yep.
you definitely know how to switch it up and play for the long haul. So really
you.
impressive play today.
Thank you guys.
And
Yeah. And you
your
get to go
queen
watch-
held against
Yeah.
me yesterday, against my ace king.
Yep.
Sing does not forget.
I don't. That's why it's not good to be an emotional player.
Yeah.
And you get to go watch the live stream now and hear all the great things that we said about you.
Yeah,
so then
my
you can
wife watched it, so she'll fill me in a little bit.
Excellent.
Too, but yeah,
Great,
I'm definitely gonna
So
watch
you
it.
actually raised on that last hand under the gun. Because the graphics showed it looked like a you called.
No, I raised.
Okay, good. That's great.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
I might have not liked the limp, but you didn't limp. So
No.
I take that back.
All right, thanks, guys.
It
Have a
was
good
great.
one, Eric. Thank you.
Great talking with you. We
All right,
will
we're
be
gonna go
back
on
after the
now.
break.
Yep.
luck, guys.
Good luck.
Hey, good luck.
3.5 million.
We're up to
I was? No, I don't think so. Was I?
6-4.
Well, I had a couple big losses.
That's what I did too when I looked up and saw what the blinds were next.
10-fold.
I'm checking the tee.
1-fold. 2-fold. I'm just worried what they're talking about. That dude's an idiot. Seat 1.
Hey, but he's hitting. I don't care. You know what? If I got the big stack, I don't care what they're saying about me. It's like, hey.
I'm never calling with that. I might raise.
Calling with what?
7-3, I showed.
Oh.
Probably would have folded.
You were drawing 10. I had 7-6.
Yeah, the queen 3. So if I
No,
raise,
queen
you
3.
vote.
Oh, so you were missing outs everywhere.
Oh, I know what the problem was.
You didn't have your glasses on.
Yeah,
There you go.
we can see right through you.
You got to do it when you can't see the card, so you call more.
I got to put some coating on here so I can read what the backs of the cards say.
9-fold. Call.
I wonder if they would mind if I moved that.
All right, we're back here at the Reserve Poker Room here in Toledo, Ohio. This is our $100,000 guarantee tournament. We actually got a $130,000 pot. We're going to get back to the action here. And I've got Tim Yeager to my right here.
Hello, everyone.
I think Singh will be coming back in to join us.
Oh.
And we're down to, what are we down to, 8 players
We're down
now?
to 8 players right now currently. I believe that Ray is chip leader with 5.8 million.
So Steve makes an interesting smooth call here with Ace-Jack, right?
Well, I know,
Yeah,
but
flop
I
comes
got
out
some
Ace 10-4. Steve flops top pair, decent kicker.
What?
Ray flops middle pair.
Well, they can switch it over.
Oh, 7 players.
We're down to
Just
7
been corrected.
players. I
I
apologize.
probably could do that.
Raise.
All right, so we got a bet of 600,000, and Steve has announced a raise.
Everybody caught a piece of this flop. I don't see Tony completing here. All in to call to him.
Nice hand, Steve.
He folds. Ray
I
folds.
finally won my first hand of the day, I think, with Ace-Jack.
Steve always has some interesting comments. So it says it's his first pot that he won with Ace-Jack. Anyway, we're here at the Reserve Poker Room. This has been a tournament that started on Thursday. We had 5 flights. We had a flight on Thursday, 2 on Friday, and 2 on Saturday, and this is our final day here. Started the day with 83 players for this final day. Our structure was that we had a $260 buy-in and then $100 rebuys at the table through the first 6 rounds of each flight.
Yes,
And I believe that players really responded to that, particularly locally, right? Tim just came out in mass to support us, and I think they've been real pleased with the way this tournament has run.
Yeah, I think this tournament's been great. We have so many nice people that come out here to play here at the Reserve. Everybody's so great to the floors. Everybody's great to the dealers. No issues whatsoever for the entire tournament. I'm very blessed to be here.
Yep. So Ray calls, Steve calls, Tony's going to make a call here with 7-2 offsuit. And we talked earlier about how he's hard to put on a hand, right?
I hope Tony doesn't bust out of this tournament just for a story. Just for a story.
And now
buy a pot. By the way, when we got Josh back with us here.
Absolutely,
Yeah, hey,
I'm back
Josh.
in the saddle again.
Yep.
What a flop. What a flop for Tony.
all in for 675,000 here. I think Tony might give him a call. 7 deuce.
675.
He asked for the count.
The only person calling this is Tony D.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if Tony calls. I think he, with that stack, I think he might.
I mean, it's 675 and a 2.3.
And he made the call.
And he calls.
Yeah.
Open-ended.
Yeah.
Not a redraw to the flush.
The river will deliver. Watch this pan out.
I had king queen.
Thank you.
I love my chances.
To the turn.
Much better.
No,
help.
Spades are done. He needs the jack or the 6.
And 7 deuce offsuit holds.
Keeps Tony C alive.
Tony C alive.
Tony, who played a real big role in our recent big tournament, which was the what was it called?
Down for the Ride.
Down for the
So
Ride.
Tony helps organize for a organization called Down for the Ride.
Yeah.
It's to benefit Down syndrome. We had a great tournament that was put on by kind of a collaboration between ourselves and his organization. If anybody wants to, they can go online and check that out.
So we got a chip count here. Still Rich up there. Ray is still up there. Jim's kind of Jim Nasser. He's kind of still in the middle, and I think he's doing a good job of playing very patient game.
Earlier, I heard on the broadcast somebody talk about Jim Nasser's fantasy football team name, and that was absolutely hilarious.
Yeah.
I'm actually in that league with him, and his team name's High Ankle Sprain. Well, we've been trying to get it changed to Achilles heel, but he won't go for it.
Yep. Rich taking some time here. What's he going to do?
Under the gun raise with King 5 suited.
Raises.
Goes to 650. Jim mucks a 7-3, as does Tony D.
Bob Brown wakes up with an interesting hand. Fortunately,
8-9.
I don't
That's
think he'll be
definitely
playing
in
with that,
Bob's
with that chip
wheelhouse.
stack.
Nine-eight suited. You like to see that with another couple of nice cards when you're playing Omaha, right, guys? But maybe not here.
And Rich picks up the pod.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's tough for Bob there with his position. First to act.
Right. After the flop, he's
After
first
the
to act,
flop,
yeah.
he's going to have to make a tough decision and quickly.
He's got to get a miracle flop, right, to make a tough... Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. Better to live to fight another day. And now he's got position on the button. Let's see what he comes up with.
So back to the reserve. I know a lot of people, there's about 300 plus people that are tuned in right now. I think a lot of them know us very well, but if you don't, you know, we're at Glendale and Reynolds here in Toledo. We've been open a year. This is our 1-year anniversary. It's been one heck of a ride, and we can't be happier than the way this weekend has gone.
Uh-oh, Steve picks up ace-10 off under the gun.
Is he just going to call?
He did. He just called.
Okay.
He flats 300.
3 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold.
Yeah, we were thinking Bob might pick something up on the button, but he didn't that time. Rich has been pretty aggressive. Oh, and he's just going to check it.
All right, we're 3 ways to the flop.
What do you think about Ray's play here with just the call from the small blind there?
I would have expected him to put some more pressure on.
475. 2 bet. 475.
Steve leads out with 475,000. What do you think Ray does here?
10 call.
He's calling. So Rich got a piece of this. He's got to stick around.
3 to the turn.
Ray's going to act first here. Let's see what he does. I'm guessing regardless of the card, he's going to check. And that's a dud, right, guys?
10 check.
Hey Glenn, just if you're still listening, I just want to say prop card. We have Sing back with us also, if you want to go ahead and say hi, Sing. There we go.
And they check around.
Yeah, that was a miss there. He missed a bet there.
He did.
I think Rich might bet for value here.
I think you're right.
$2.5 million in the pot.
Yeah, but you can't be sure with the 7.
Yep. Steve's check really gave Rich permission to bet out there on the last. Yep. So. Yep. Well, and you weren't quite sitting here, Sing, but you know Steve had that hand first act, and he just smooth called coming into it. Had he raised pre-flop, he might have been in a better position to get Ray and Rich out of that. But
Jim's up first with Jack 10 off. I think. What do you think? You're flatting?
I don't know. I think he folds. Oh.
Yeah.
Raise.
Oh, Tony's grabbing chips. Just a call.
We were talking earlier about how it is.
Oh no, he repopped 900,000.
Yeah.
Yep. Did he announce that? Because he put it out there, kind of.
No, I think he did announce it. Yeah.
I think
can't
you
hear the
couldn't
audio
read his
from the
lips.
table.
The Sam Elliott mustache, really, you can't read the lips. That's what the issue is there.
Excellent.
It's a fantastic mustache.
Oh, Sing, you have no idea.
Think Jim tries to call and hit here, or what happens?
Well, we've seen Jim with this Jack 10 a couple times yet tonight, and he does like that hand. But he let it go.
He got into a really big pot earlier before the final table with Jack 10 against Alex Erd, and Alex was free rolling him. He had the flush draw.
Well, there was also 100 other people in here the other night when we were at it. That's true.
Steve just mentioned how the other night we had 100 people. So how many nights did we have 100 people here?
We had two flights over 100.
2 flights over
100.
And then
all 3 flights were 88 or more.
I think we had 87 the first night, 140, 140, and...
Mm-hmm. You would have, Sing. I think you would have made a move there, right? Yeah. Yeah. And
Ray calls with the King 5 suited. Rich, muck. Jim's going to be happy to check this.
got to get the cards over the card reader so people. Oh, and he's going to make
He's
a raise.
reaching for
Good
chips.
for you, Jim. Right?
No, I think this does put a lot of pressure on the other players.
Yeah.
I mean, Steve, for instance, has a mediocre ace, and you know, Tony and Jim have a similar chip stack, so it's going to put a lot of pressure. Oh yeah, 1.3 on top. So
wow.
a million six total. 1.6 total. That's a really big bet.
Dude, he just put in like half a stack with 8-9. Dude, he could have smooth checked there and been off to the flop.
It's gonna get through here. It's an interesting play. It kind of commits a stack if anybody plays back at him.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it does. He's praying to God everybody folds. No, Steve lays this down. He's been playing too conservative.
He says, will you show?
You really want to see it?
You really want to see it, he says. Then you really want to see it, then call. Oh, and he's going to show it.
Oh.
Wow.
I did have you.
Yeah.
I think that's a fantastic move for his table image.
Yeah,
to
it
show
is.
that 8-9 right there.
Yep.
Good bet.
Because everyone's looking at Jim. He plays premium.
Where'd you at?
He's got it all out now.
Well, I honestly, I think that I think a player like Jim, who has that type of table image of being a tighter player, you show a hand like that, maybe later on you pick up a big hand and you're going to get called with something a little bit less, I believe. You know, a player like myself, you know, 9/8's the top of my range. A player like Jim, that's the bottom of his range. So.
Play. Jeez. Christ.
They're just being honest.
I took the pot down.
Okay.
Or
Yeah.
some others might look at it as I gave you. As because, you know, I made fun of your glasses and I feel a little guilty.
What'd you say?
You're not wrong. But in that situation, Jim's likely to have the aces.
Here's Rich with Queen 10. Good position.
Yeah, he's
Everybody's
definitely going to make a
folded.
bet
You've
at
only
this
got
pot.
the button and the small and the big. You can almost tell by Steve's body posture that he doesn't have much. He is. Yep. Yep.
No. We're good. I already gave money to him. All right.
I think Jim
Alright.
calls here with this. Actually, I don't. Actually, in the small blind, he might get rid of this.
No, he's definitely coming. He's definitely coming along for the ride.
You stole it at the end with an 800. No. Don't worry.
That's another body posture I've seen you done, where you come back and put your arms together, right?
So did I.
Either the hand on the head, like what am I doing here, or
So yeah, I had a feeling he was going to get rid of it.
Wow, you were right.
I'm so
Right.
bad at it.
I got a bad feeling.
It is.
Oh,
And
That was mine.
Worse than mine.
I had three spades, 2 of hearts.
It's a good fold by Jim there. He was behind, but I think the flop could have changed things pretty significantly. I mean, he was suited with clubs, had a jack. I probably would have called there. He was in for 150. It was 600 more. Check dark.
Could have been suited.
Check dark. Put the pressure back on Rich to continue.
I beat him one time with a 3.
That's the play.
I did that yesterday.
I did that today.
No, he won ace.
I had a callable hand, but
Ace queen against ace 3, and he spikes a 3 on the river for the win.
And we're so smart back here.
well, yeah,
Those guys
right,
are
'cause
out
we get
there
to see their cards.
playing real money.
Got me $2 million.
Yeah, you were all in on that one.
you were all in?
Well, he's been all in a dozen.
I've been in a
sometimes
lot.
at least.
Let's see if
I was down to 200,000.
Rich keeps up this
When he
aggression,
got to the final table, he was like me at the final table.
because I don't see him calling with. Okay, like you either got to fold or raise with a hand like that. What do you got, Jim? No, it's gone.
I'll sell you my seat. Give me 10,000, you can have my seat.
See, this is why Tony D is dangerous.
Yes.
He's not afraid to play a hand like King 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he's also smart enough to fold pocket 7s pre-flop to, to a raise. So
Yeah.
it's hard to put this guy in a hand.
Yep. And he plays it well.
Give her the key. Better take it for a test drive.
Yeah, the old if it were suited comment. How many times you hear that? Every. Yeah. And then you got Ben that says, well, no, if you're offsuit, then you got 2 different ways to get a flush, right? But talking about how late it's getting, and it is getting late.
So what are the
These guys
blinds
are
at?
playing.
What are the blinds at? 153.
Yes. That's
Yeah, blinds
correct.
are at 153 right now with 150 ante.
You can't get bored here, can you, Sing? I mean, even though you don't get cards, you just got to keep plugging away, right?
Probably don't want to lane.
See, Rich was thinking about making a play with this hand. He initially, I think he wanted to muck it.
750.
raise.
He second thought it. Now he's reaching for chips. Raises 750,000.
Yeah.
2 full. 3 full.
Nate, you're right. These guys have been playing for 12 plus hours right now. Still going strong.
Yeah.
Patch, welcome to the show.
Getting any good comments there?
I'm looking to see what's being said here.
All right.
Ryan King commenting, I love it.
Yeah. Cut that out.
Ryan King, friend of all of ours that used to, is a dealer.
Here for 2 hours.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. Magical.
Not only have these guys been up for a lot, but this Windy City Poker Championship group that came here from Chicago, I mean, they've just been working hard.
Phenomenal job. Just absolutely phenomenal.
Job. And
just to watch them put everything together, I was exhausted.
Have a good night. Thank you.
And the only technical difficulty they've had is that their catalytic converter was stolen off of their rental truck. A little drama.
Welcome to Toledo.
Day, right?
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, right. Yeah, they came here from Chicago to get their catalytic converter stolen.
See that?
Yes, he did. Kirk gave him a good run for his money, though.
All right,
for
here's
sure.
Tony waking up with 10s.
Raised to $1 million.
Yep.
Well, one of the 10s is out because Rich folded King 10 offsuit under the gun.
Again, can you be patient? Can you wait?
I don't know. It's 850 to call. He's only got 200 or 2.3 million.
Right. So this would be half his. Would it be half his stack almost?
It's fold or shove
to make the call.
Kevin, Waffle House is after this, by the way, just in case you would like to send some fundage for that.
Kevin, where's the lasagna, bro?
Water bottle, no label on the back of your thing.
This is only a fold or a raise, right, Singh? I mean, for Bob. Yeah. Right. And it is not an easy decision to make. And particularly against, he's seen Tony, just a wide range for Tony.
You remember what Bob said earlier? He said, "I don't like to go all in if I don't know I have the best hand."
I don't know. If
I do love how some. So Bob's one of our PLO players, and I love that they call him the human rain delay. So if anybody doesn't know who Bob is, Bob will definitely take his time and think it out. That's for sure.
Yeah.
That's good.
There's still Klondike bars, Kev, I believe.
Neither did my wife.
So as a player myself, I find myself sometimes acting too quickly, moving too quickly. I watch a player like this that does this, and A, I think that's good, he's thinking through it, but B, is he also doing this so they can pick up reads from the razor? I mean, is that part of it? Is he that deep of a player that he can take this time so he can look at Tony's body position and stuff?
No. Trust me, I'm not.
Okay.
No, I'm good. That's what I'm more nervous about, honestly.
Yeah.
Look at him watching, judging. Look at the baby.
Yeah. Yeah.
Second chip stack right there.
That's an interesting approach. Did you just say you're in third place?
I had third most chips.
I think right now we're all tied for 7th.
Steve just says right now we're all tied for 7.
Jim,
there
I
are
don't.
7 players right now.
Jim, I don't disagree with you right there. I do think that might have been a play or a spot there for Bob to shove. You just kind of at that point with 2.3 million left, you kind of got to get it in there and hope for the best. Obviously, he would have got it in there as a coin flip, and who knows?
Yeah, sooner or later, if you don't make those decisions, you're going to let the blinds make the decision for you.
So,
You can't beat him, trick him.
Especially with him being in the blind there.
and he checks it.
Yep.
Yeah, checked in the big blind here.
8-10-3 misses everybody. This is all about who's got the kahunas.
One bet, 400,000.
Hey Bill, thanks for saying that. That's really nice of you. All the dealers here try to do the best that we possibly can, and you know, we do appreciate every customer we have coming in here.
What'd you do in your first check?
Hey, thank you very much. Take that as a point of pride.
Hi Marissa. Hi Caitlin. Glad you guys are watching.
Disperser or something?
Yeah.
You can't pay us?
Huh?
You can't pay us?
I pay you guys.
Yeah, Rich is just going to roll this over and take the pot down. No sense in making a bet.
Should have played my 8-9.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Yeah.
That's right. Jim, shoulda, coulda, woulda. That's what poker's all about. That's the mental challenge. Is you got to, once you're past a hand, you just got to be past it. You can't dwell on that, right? You can't think, what should I have done? Now it's a new hand. This is all a Zen thing. You got to live in the moment to a certain degree, right?
That's like what we're doing now, but more.
Good thing.
Yeah.
All right. Jim under the gun with the ace deuce off. Throws it away. Tony. 9-8 offsuit.
The rebuy champ, Caleb
Throws
Rice
it
in the
away.
chat. My man.
Who's in the chat?
Caleb is one of our favorite players. He
Yeah. We love
action,
you, buddy.
action, action. We love that guy.
We love Caleb.
Oh, Caleb's King George, bro. One of my favorite cash game players.
All right, so what's he got? 2.3. Pot is 600,000. He's got 3 players behind him. Definitely got a strong hand for 7, and he's going to raise. He's calling. It's just a call.
Caleb, the chat's a good chance to plug your bar and your restaurant, buddy. Go ahead and do it. TD in the chat, Mr. Terry Dale, legendary man himself, autograph seeker himself.
Oh, he did raise. I'm sorry. Bob did raise. I thought he called.
Yeah, he raised 800,000.
Okay. Yeah.
Rich laid it down. He takes the pot down.
Yeah.
It's a nice position bet.
You know, in that situation for Bob, to be able to take the pot down, even if it's you know, just right before the flop, it's got to help his mental attitude at this point with his chip stack.
Well, the good part is it smells like coffee.
Oh, all right.
Like the nastiest thing in the world for me, but I like the smell of it.
The rich get richer. He comes out here once in a while to play, but he's definitely not regular.
No, but I think we're going to see more of him. I really do.
He's a good player.
He's a good player.
For what?
He's a heck of a guy. I think I've known him for about 20 years in the poker scene. He was a Dollar King guy.
You see, Caleb says, "Is there a cash game right now? I'm bored." Bro,
Nate,
you ain't driving from
Tim,
Fremont to come
Nate,
play
you got
cash.
Tim, you
It's
got
like
Vic, you got Josh, and you got Sing back here
1
right
o'clock
now.
in the morning.
They figured out that
Yeah, Nate, I'm still here. That's correct. I'm still here.
Oh, and we're on TV. All right. Hey, everybody.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm
All
still
right.
here working.
Yeah.
It's hard work.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're sitting on a couch. That's
No,
hard work.
it's hard work
You know.
back here.
Yeah.
Now, I do have the face for radio, so the camera might be a little bit of an issue.
Oh, we can see our legs. Oh, great. I'm glad I have the best
B-World,
legs.
we miss you. How you doing?
Sing's got pants on, so I've got the best legs.
Unfortunately, it's not today.
You'll see it on TV.
Doesn't matter with that hand. It catch your speed eventually.
You better get used to it, brother. We make history around here on the regular.
That's right. We're going to keep doing this. We got visionaries here. Jim, Marissa, Steve.
Yeah, heads off to them
get
for
this,
running a fantastic
to get
event this
room
weekend.
Going. They wanted to make it more than what anybody's ever seen in Toledo before, and they're doing it.
Now
So,
follow the Toledo Poker Group. That's really where you're going to get all the information on the reserve that you want. Everything from our daily tournaments to the big tournaments coming up. You know, and obviously stop in and play, and we'll give you any information you need.
Yeah, Monday's the big day around here. 3,000 guarantee. A couple cash games. It's going down.
The bounty tournament on Wednesday night. People love that.
He's trying to pull up the video reel
I think
already. Going, "Look."
the range of tournaments that we provide here in a seven days a week provides a range of players that come into play.
All right, we got Bob here
What
with
is
Queen
Bob gonna
Jack
do
off.
The handoff was complete.
Gotta believe he's strong, 7-handed.
I even tried to catch it.
It's like
I think
6.
That would cause more spillage than anything.
Okay, so make some in raise.
Rich with position is probably going to follow here.
I see a re-raise.
Pat, to answer your question, it's a.
And he smooth calls.
Oh, what did he do, Vic? Yeah, the dealers know best, babe. All right, let's roll. What we got going on, Jim? 10-6 off. He's going to be out of there as well as Tony with the 6-3 off. We're going to go to the flop here. I think we got 54% for Bob, 29% for Rich. I don't hate 10-8 though.
Is Tony crazy enough to make a big raise here? Oh no, he makes a call. Okay.
Wow.
Again, for your regulars here at the reserve, those gray chips.
No, suited, bro. Spades. Spades.
All right, so we got a rainbow flop, ace, jack, deuce.
Shane, what's going on? Jimmy, thank you for coming and showing support. 10-8, baby.
Bro, you see Terry Dale talking smack about you on the internet? He said all these players are limping like Tim Yeager with the gout.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, that was from
that hurts.
That was
true.
from Terry?
Yeah, Terry's rough.
Terry.
Mr. Schuler, thanks for checking it out. Come in and play a tournament, man.
So does anybody know if they're going to take taxes out of these?
No, they don't.
No.
They don't? They don't report it to the government?
That's what I said.
Probably shouldn't ask that on camera, but
Oh, I peek at him too, for sure. But you know what's interesting? We talk about, I have like a theory about that or whatever. It's like, I see players constantly wait until it's their turn to act to look at their cards first. And I often wonder why.
I do that.
So you're looking at other people, you're looking at everybody else, and then you try to get a read, and then you look at your cards. Okay, I take a very opposite approach. I try to look at my two hole cards as quickly as possible.
From Ray with King Queen. We'll see what happens here. And Tony on the he's a short stack, right? So and he folds it.
Ray takes the pot down.
Takes it down.
But back to what I was saying, I like to check my whole cards as quickly as possible when no one else is looking at me. That way I can memorize what I have and then watch everyone else. And I don't know, maybe that's just me, but I think that gives me a better advantage than letting everyone stare at me while I check my cards for the very first time. No, you can do whatever you want to do. Yeah.
So again, we're still 7-handed here, and I didn't see what Ray folded there, but anyway, Rich with 8-9 suited, early to act, is going to fold that.
Rhino, welcome to the viewing.
Steve. Yeah. Yeah.
raise.
You've raised me all night. Let's get to this time. I hope so.
Here again, Tony's making, putting some pressure on. It's hard to put him on anything. He's going to make the call, so we're going to see a flop here. Got heads up action with Bob first to act. Well, not much to write home about here.
No, king high, rainbow flop, both players miss. It's all going to be about who's aggressive here.
Yeah. And Tony checks. All right, I was surprised there. I thought he'd come out.
Prop card.
Did you hear that prop card?
Prop card.
Yeah. So now we know that that his prop card is. Oh, call. Bet call.
Tony with the gutter.
So ace high is in the lead. Bob's got to not be happy about that call, so it's got to slow him down, right? And if he bets, he wins. If he checks, he's got a potential to lose this hand.
The only way he loses this hand is if Tony jams.
And I think this bet.
Once Bob bets here, Tony folds.
Yeah. What?
He just
This
flatted.
is a curiosity call?
I had a boat.
Huh.
He thought queen high was good there with the 2 pair on the board.
Guys, how often do you make curiosity calls? Because to me that's tap. I don't do that anymore. I used to do it a long time ago, but
I don't mind it, but I don't mind a curiosity call. But not when everybody's playing with less than 30 big blinds.
Well, for 27.
Actually, I take that back here. Tony D made that a curiosity call for
queen
with 10 big blinds.
Yeah, right. I mean,
there's no reason to. There's two.
Rich is in a commanding lead right now.
No card
13
on
million is more than double the second stack of Bob.
You don't have any cards on the deck. You should just on the river just fold it.
Yeah.
And get out of the hand as quickly as possible.
So that would be a little kink in his armor there, I think, Tony, making that curiosity call. But
the Rich is sitting pretty.
Yeah.
9-6 easy fold.
Yeah, first act 9-6. 9 deuce. Here we go.
Jimmy wakes up with big slick ace king suited.
This should be 2 all-ins. This should be 2 all-ins here. We should be all in going to the flop for both of them.
Side bet.
All right, we got a side bet.
They get it all in
going on here
pre-flop.
between
Yeah,
Josh.
they go into the flop. They're all in pre-flop here.
Yep.
They have to be.
No, he's making just. Yeah. He's got to make a big call.
A big bet here, right? So
Big
it's
bet. But I think.
so 1.6. You think?
It's a big call for Tony. Ace Jack suited.
Good call, Vic. It's right around there.
What did he put out?
It's almost 2. It's like
Okay.
1.8, I think.
That's half a stack for Tony.
Raises it to 900,000. It's 900,000 to call for Tony
yeah,
D.
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard him say. 900,000. And to all you players out there, we dealers appreciate when you make verbal commitments first, like this. He makes an announcement to raise.
5 raise.
That's a re-raise, right?
Yes, yep. So
Like
this is a
2.5.
3 bet.
3 bet at
Making a 3 bet
2.5
to
million.
2.5.
6
It's an easy all in.
Oh boy, look what's coming, gang. Of course, Bob's gonna get out of there.
Yeah, Bob's gonna get out of the way here, and then
Ray's
it's
got
gonna
to
go
commit to all in here.
Look at this. Ace, Jack,
We see 3
32% to win
all-ins.
against
Now
that 2 ace
here's the
kings.
thing. Do you
Yeah.
think Tony can get away from this? I think Tony might fold this.
I like Tony's hand against these guys.
I think Tony might fold this.
I think he's too invested.
I think he's way too invested. He's only got 925 behind.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy. He has to call. There's no reason he's going to sit there for 9.
He put almost
I don't
$3 million in the
disagree.
pot. He's
However,
only got less
with,
than $1 million
with the pay
behind.
jumps, I think he might be able to give this up here.
No, Tony's jackal, bro. He's gone. He's
He feels
definitely
that he
all in
lost
here.
it from somebody. Yes, I agree. This is a tough call.
Yeah.
He can get away.
If he gets away, it's pretty disciplined, right?
Oh my God, I would like to see that one from him.
Yeah.
This is a tournament defining moment right here.
Or he can, because the other thing is that 2 aces are gone, 2 kings are gone, and jacks is the only play, you know, like.
He's live with the hard draw, straight draw, jack.
Yep. So you're a natural commentator. I'm not. This is the first time for me. So I'm looping up half of my words. I'm not speaking clearly. And
What I do think Tony. I think Tony can get away with this, or get away from this.
Yeah. Right. Right. And he's looking up now at the pay, and he.
Wow!
He did,
Whoa! Nice call, Tim.
What a
See?
great fold for that.
Yeah.
See, now he's gonna be kicking himself.
He was looking at the payout, and
I just the pay jumps are jumps are pretty significant right now, and
Yeah, the only thing he doesn't know is that these guys are sharing cards, and he just donkeyed off about 2/3 of his stack, and he's going to be sitting real low after this hand. Because chances are they chop, right?
there's a strong chance.
Yeah, if they chop, then he just lost 2/3 of his stack.
Yeah.
Yes, in between them.
He could have put it in. At least he's got equity to win.
I would read his body position as regretting that fold right now, but he hasn't.
I mean,
he hasn't seen the cards yet. He hasn't seen the cards yet, but he's already.
Come on, man! I can't hold myself that content.
Yeah.
Let me see those cards.
I think when he sees the ace king, the ace king, obviously.
Oh, all that for nothing.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Except I'm suited.
Yeah. So Jim says all that for nothing, except I'm suited.
Need a lot more.
7, 8, 10 flop.
Could be running.
Oh, Tony.
He is.
Nobody else.
Oh, brother. I told you it was a
This
tournament
position,
defining
you have
moment
to-
right there.
You have to go in when you don't have enough chips left. You have invested most of your chips. You believe
another
in that
million
hand
to
at
win
certain
10,
point, so
Yeah.
go through it.
I mean, you got to at that point you're done. Yeah. 'Cause the
What was the
blinds are
river there? I
too
didn't
high.
catch it.
8, I think. It was a rag for everybody. The jack was really the only significant card other than the 10 on the flop. But
Tony goes down to 925.
Jim couldn't see his cards with his sunglasses.
Ace jack.
Wow.
Ace jack.
Bridge sitting really pretty at 13
Now,
million.
where's the button at? Because with Tony
31
D stack,
million,
with Tony D stack now, that's going to put him in the spot. Tony
Yeah.
C and Tony D are very close in chips, and that's
Yeah.
a pay jump now.
I
That's
think
correct.
the button is on Rich.
If the button's on Rich, then Tony C's going to be putting in his blinds before Tony D.
Yeah.
Or Tony D's going to be putting in before Tony C, excuse me.
Yeah. But
That was Tony D. That was
But
Tony
like
D's
Terry
tournament
Dale's
right
second
there.
marriage, that one hurt.
That was the tournament right there for Tony.
Hey Terry, I love Terry. He's a
Yeah.
Rams fan, just like me.
yeah.
Go Rams, guys.
I once asked Terry if he knew how many jersey type shirts he had in his closet, and he couldn't give me an answer because I've never seen him with the same jersey on. Right?
I just saw his picture with Matt Stafford.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, you mean the one he holds up and has as his background now?
Hey, by the way, I heard your comment, me wearing a Chargers jersey.
Oh, that wasn't me. That wasn't
you?
I'm the first one back. This is my first time back here.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I don't know who was saying that
No,
yesterday.
no.
He said, hey, Sing playing with his Chargers jersey.
That's probably Glenn.
Okay.
So there we are, still with 7 players, and this tournament paying $130,000 is our we wanted to guarantee 100, and we made 130,000.
Uh-oh.
Jim with aces.
And I just want to say it's 1:15 in the morning, and we have 191 people watching.
Yeah.
I thought I had aces too.
We had 300 earlier.
This is
Well, they
crazy.
were black cards.
Jim, let's see a good move here. I would like to see him put a big bet. Just I would like to tag people along a little bit.
Tony C with the discipline fold of deuces there.
Yes.
That's, I mean, a pair
Like a small,
short-handed,
yeah.
Yep.
and short-stacked.
Yep.
You know, I really think he's thinking about, you know, position here.
This is the type of hand that could crack
Rich
those
is
aces.
thinking,
Oh, boy.
Rich is going against aces. And he does call. We will see some fireworks now.
Blinds are up, by the way, to 2 and 400,000. I just anybody watching, I don't know if you saw that or not.
Thank you.
Jim looking really pretty.
Yeah, it's time for Jim to take this pot down.
3 million? 1.5 million, he says.
1.5 million.
Yep.
He wants
Rich
to
is
look
gonna
at
let
them
this
again.
queen high
They
go.
look too pretty. It's
Yeah.
like, okay.
He's tanking.
Yep.
Well, look at this. Is he really thinking about making a move? Or
What is
this
the bet?
just? It's 1.5 million.
Wow.
And you know, Rich got no part of this at all.
No, it's all Hollywood
Easy
right there,
fold.
baby.
Yep. All right.
Nice hand for Jim. Gets a little bit of value out of his aces there. Happy
Yeah.
to take a pot down at this stage of the game.
They're getting wise to me.
So what's the last man standing right now?
Well, that's a good question.
So they did chop it. I don't
It
know
was
how many
like
ways, but
4,000
each guy's
total.
got 7. They chopped it 6 ways. They got 750 apiece.
That's
so
good.
there was over
That's
$4,000 in the last man
Hey,
standing.
$20 got him there.
Yeah. And actually, one of the guys from Chicago yesterday won the high hand. It's one of these guys from one of your buddies, right? And he works, yeah. Corey, yeah. Oh, they both got high hands. Wow. So we spread that money out, which is nice. All right. Tony C. What are you going to do, Tony?
I think
Ace 8
it's a
suited.
shove. No, it's just a bet.
Is that a smooth call?
Yeah, he just. Yeah. Calls 400. Ray wants a piece of this. Oh, maybe not. Very disciplined play.
Call. One call. Option checks. 3 players.
Okay, we're going to see a flop here with just
Yes.
numbers.
No cards are repeated, which is usually can go anybody's way.
Right.
2 pair for Tony off the flop, ace 10-10.
It's an easy shove.
Dude, check. Player 6 is all in. One fold. Look at that.
Good steal for your big blinds. I like
Oh, he's accusing him of stealing because he wants to see his cards. Did he show?
Yeah, I think he did show.
He did show. All right. Steve has a knack for that, and I think Singh, you do too. Trying to get somebody to show their cards after a bet.
It's only if I know them. You know, if I
Okay.
don't know them, I don't care.
You don't make that play?
Yeah,
All right.
if I know them like George, you know, and I wanted to make sure that I made a really good fold yesterday. And a day before yesterday, he had he made a flush, and
You know what's going to help this situation?
I had
more?
2
Some
pair.
dark sunglasses.
I don't know what came over me. I'm like, George is looking too suspicious for me. I'm like, all right, buddy, I'll fold. Would you show? He's like, yes.
And he doesn't show very often.
No, he did show. Yeah,
But he
he's
did
like,
that
he
to-
doesn't show it to anybody,
show
but
up.
you, I'm gonna show it. Okay.
We know who spilled it.
Tony C. Tony C.
Oh,
with
yeah.
10s here.
Easy shove. Here, let me look at it. What color they are.
Terry, I don't disagree with you on that Tony's been playing to move up. He did, however, double up to get to the stack he has with 7 deuce offsuit.
Right.
So that was definitely an interesting hand.
What was your kicker last time?
Nobody has a hand against him, so he's easy
No,
fold so far.
It was ace 10-10.
Oh,
Ace
10.
10-10.
Yeah.
One fold.
And it looks like this is going to get through also.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jim,
As I
looking at his stack.
It's almost about 3 million.
Getting a count.
Well,
That's probably 70% shot.
I had 200.
Made 800,000. Picked up 2 big blinds.
All right, Tony's on a little bit of a come up right now, catching a little bit of fire.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, cool.
Meanwhile, I'm sure the other Tony's still thinking about that ace jack that would have tripled him up.
It's hard not to think about that, right?
It is hard.
Had chips up there.
Oh.
He's had his fair share of luck today.
Yeah, he made it this far.
Yeah, he's been playing well, but you know, you gotta play well and get lucky or not get unlucky. Maybe is a better way to phrase it.
I have 3.
So this Windy City Poker Championship group, they're going to take all of this and go back to Chicago and edit it and make a show that's worth watching and show it on like a local sports channel. Is that right,
so all they'll
Chicago
have to
guys?
do is
You might have it all in here.
Yeah.
all they'll have to do is cut out all their commentary and they'll be
Look at
set.
this ace queen with Ray.
They'll dub it,
King,
Josh.
queen, yeah.
They'll put their own commentary over us. This is just for
Oh,
for
fantastic!
Facebook.
Thank you.
I look forward to watching a good show. All right, so what do we
And
got
Ray
here?
goes all in. Doesn't even hesitate. Waited for him to get his chips out and then said,
Yeah, I think this one's gonna go to showdown, man.
I think Bob is able to fold this hand.
There's the moose.
Yes.
He's going to fold.
I agree with you.
I got chastised
He's been a really smart player, so.
by a player.
Tony C,
No,
that is. Tony D,
somebody
shaking
went
his
all
head.
in.
That's all I'm
And,
saying about the last couple
Bob will
of
be committing over half his stack here.
Yeah.
Over half,
Yeah, he got it.
75% of his stack with king high.
Sorry, but I got it back. After he checked. You know, he's checking because he got the players all in. And the
It's a
players-
fantastic move by Ray. Pretty much the only move you can make there.
Even though I didn't get no sleep, I'm fine, you know. I don't need sleep. I can go 3 days and not sleep.
And he called.
I'm sure.
I bet more.
It'll get harder.
He saved my ass.
36, so I'm still young, somewhat young.
8, 9, 10.
You know. But I'm getting up there.
Bob does have 5
Yeah.
million.
I got good genes, thank God.
And he lays it down. He lays it down.
Suited. No, they didn't call.
Good laid out.
Bob with a super disciplined fold.
Nice hand.
Okay.
Button's right.
Both of you.
I'm diamond.
Decision to be made.
Are you all in?
But yeah, the stamina is another thing. I mean, I don't know that I've played a tournament yet where I've played 2-3 days in a row. And I don't know, at my age, I don't know if I could. But you got to be ready for that. You got to be mentally and physically ready for that to a certain degree, right?
Yes, and if you played in one side of lead and you have to go back again into just to get into the other, it takes a lot out of you.
Yeah.
Eli, thanks for chiming in. Chinese poker table starting up just for you.
Did you look?
Uh-oh. Rich wakes up with aces.
Oh, look at
Chip
that.
leader wakes up with
Rich is gonna
aces.
get richer.
So what do we got? We got 800,000 in the pot. He's got he's the chip.
He'll make it 900,000 here.
Is that what
8 or 900,000.
Okay.
It's easy fold for Steve.
950.
9.8 or 9.8.
Yeah, 950,000.
950.
Let's see, Jim.
Caleb, you did that about 15 times, so we understand that the all-in blind.
Jim gave it a quick
Pocket
look.
eights. Tony C.
Tony D's got the moose again, but
8-5, he pushes it all in.
Fires up.
calls in with the moose. 8-5.
And Tony's all in here with 8-5.
Yeah, I think that's basically just a victim of circumstance there.
I mean, he's
He has
getting,
so much money in the pot.
well over 3 to 1 on his money.
Yeah.
So we still have 2 bettors, right? I mean, Tony and
Yeah, there's still
Rich are
side pot
betting.
action.
Side pot action.
Mm-hmm.
And a check in the dark.
His eights are drawing dead, actually, almost.
Yeah.
Tony flops middle pair here. Unfortunately, he's up against it.
Oh, and Tony's talking himself through this pretty well.
Alright. We're looking for running
2
I
outs.
had pocket 8s, so. Yeah, I had 8s.
Doesn't bode well for you.
Yeah.
No, I knew you were strong. You wouldn't bet into it, you know.
Looking for a 5 and a 5 only here, unfortunately.
Yep.
Aces is going to take it down.
Very well played by Tony, though.
Tony, our Monday poker legend here, he went
back to back.
I think he back-to-back Monday tournaments, took it down.
I think we're going to have him in the studio here in a minute. So.
Yeah.
We're going to have him here pretty soon. And we get to tell him some of the nice things we've been talking about.
Right.
Yeah. So he doesn't have to wait. And here comes Tony now.
Here comes Tony now.
Yeah. Like you said, one of our regular Monday champions.
How we
Tony,
doing, Tony?
how was your weekend? How do you feel about all this?
Good. I played Thursday night, all day Friday, and then today.
Okay. So you did what, 3 flights then?
Yeah.
3 flights? Okay. And when you came to the day 2, how many chips did you have?
535,000.
535,000.
pretty healthy.
To take that about middle stack there, all the way to the final table, it's a great run.
Yeah. I got lucky just before we got to the final table.
I was telling him about that. It was,
Doubled up, got like double up when I had like almost 200,000, and or 2 million.
Yeah,
2
made
million.
2 pair on the river, right? Ace 3 versus Ace King.
Yeah.
Yep. I dealt that hand.
What's your take on all this, on just the production and being on the final table that's televised and everything? Do you well, talk about your experience.
It was really neat. You know, it's something that I probably won't ever get to do again. But you know, it was fun. The whole weekend was fun.
Good.
A lot of nice people out here. The tournament was run excellent. I mean, couldn't ask for anything better.
And we really appreciate that. Honestly, we do.
Tony, I wanted to ask you about your thought process there behind folding that Ace Jack of Hearts up against the 2 Ace Kings.
Well, if I would have known they both had Ace King, I would have called.
Of course.
I thought.
Was it a play just to maybe you could move up one position in the payouts, or what?
No, I thought Jim had pocket aces.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And
now to talk about a hand that's going on right now, we got an all-in by Steve for 1.6 million, and we have Ray is the original raiser to $1 million. I think he'll be making the call here with Jack 9 offsuit against Steve's Ace Queen offsuit.
Yeah, it's only 600,000 more.
It's 600,000 more. He has, kind of forced to make the call.
Yeah, he's got 2 live cards.
Nice hand.
Same hand.
Ray's been in this position before.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Please hold up.
And Steve's been in this position before.
You taught me how to do this.
I don't know if Steve knows this, but you can't go rebuy.
Hopefully you're not. You don't hurt me that well.
Was there anybody at this table Tony, that kind of confused you, or did you ever feel like somebody was playing differently than they had before? Because you've played these guys before, right?
It looks like 60.
Well, everybody but in seat 1.
Oh, okay.
Seat 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rich.
Yeah.
He played good. I mean, you know, he got the chips and he started to get in.
Oh, what a big flop there for Ray's hand.
Yeah, Ray flops top pair with the up and down draw.
That card didn't help.
No.
Steve needs a king or an ace.
Looking for a 9 or an ace here.
Ace, king, queen.
Oh, Steve hits the king there too. Also
makes Broadway.
Steve rivers the nuts to stick around.
Everybody pay attention to that big vein on Ray's forehead. You're going to see it bulging. Oh, he's got the hat covering it up.
Well, Tony, the reason I brought that up is because we were commentating back here about how you were playing a wide range, and you were playing it well, and you seem to make some good reads. I don't think if you go back and watch this again, you'll see that you really were more baffling to the players than any other player. I would just say that to you. So I was curious if you felt baffled by anybody else at the table.
Oh, no, I don't really pay attention to anybody else. I just go with my gut feeling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. Yeah, because we were just saying, I don't know how these guys could put you on a hand. I mean, what was the one hand was it 8-9 that you raised? Big time pre-flop, I think, and took it down.
No, I had King Jack when I raised that 1.6 million.
Oh, the King Jack. Yep.
800.
Yeah.
Yep. So here comes. So now we're 6-handed, right, guys?
Yeah.
Now we're 6-handed.
And that makes a difference. I mean, now suddenly bigger cards. Although Ray's got a big hand here.
Jim might have stepped in a little bit. He let out with 800,000, and now he's pretty dominated by Ray here with Ace King, who has put it all in 3.8 million.
There's 1625.
I think Jim's able to get away from this hand. Jim's obviously a solid player, and I don't think he's putting 60% of his stack in there with Ace-8 suited.
Good math. That's about 60%.
I can beat that Jack, whatever the hell you had last hand.
Well, Tony, I want to say thank you for playing this weekend.
Fantastic playing this weekend,
It's been great
Tony,
having you here, and we'll obviously see you tomorrow.
No, I'm sleeping.
Have a good one, buddy.
Have a good
Rest
night,
up, Tony.
Hey, thank you for coming, Tony.
Thanks for coming up.
All right, Jim does make that fold, and Ray takes down the pot.
But again, back to 10-handed versus 6-handed or versus 5-handed. Suddenly your range opens up, right? You gotta
Absolutely. A lot of people don't understand that. They continue to be nitty and play tight when it gets down to 3 or 4 or 5-handed. And
Now, do you think any player is going to take over here and become the aggressor? Do we have a player at the table that might be that way?
I mean,
think
honestly, if you're talking about a battle of aggression, it's going to be between C1 and C10, between Rich and Ray.
Yep.
Steve is more of a station. Jim is super tight. Tony's just kind of been card dead.
Yeah.
You know, but we haven't talked much about Bob, and Bob has been playing excellent, making some really good folds.
That fold with King Queen suited was a pretty good fold there against Ray.
It's been pretty top notch.
But the pressure matters. I mean, you've got to be ready to put that pressure on, and that takes kahunas.
I think Bob will throw in a small raise here.
Hey, look at
Probably
Suelo's in the
900 or
chat
a
giving
million.
us some props.
Yeah, King 10 suited. That's a strong hand here.
Absolutely, he's got the position, he's got the cards.
There's
He's going
the
to make
raise
a
to
bet.
900,000.
Good call, Tim.
Raise to $1 million.
Now here's an interesting situation. We have Rich who could. I mean, Rich wakes up with a suited ace.
Yeah.
Does he? There's the aggression
There
that
it
I was
is.
talking about right there.
You're exactly right.
That's the aggression I was thinking about.
Wow, and that puts Bob in a spot. He's in for $1 million. He's got 3.3 behind. You think it's another one of these situations where he tanks for about 2 minutes and then he folds?
I don't know if it'll be 2 minutes, but I do think he folds here.
All right, put it on the clock.
Oh,
Let me see,
that
Rick.
was the under.
I'll show you if you show me.
Sorry. I don't usually do this.
Oh,
I'm
a little friendly
surprised
back
he
and forth there.
He
Yeah,
said
I
he
think,
doesn't usually do it.
yeah, I think that's a pretty big mistake by Rich.
I don't think it was so much a mistake there. I mean, he went all in when he's ahead. I mean, he obviously, I don't know if he thinks that, but
Absolutely,
he's
but
just playing his chip stack. I think he's got 14 million now. Yeah, 14 million, 34 big blinds.
He's way
I mean,
ahead
he's got almost half the chips in play.
Yeah.
yeah, you're right. Even if he does take the loss there, it's a dent, right?
Yeah.
Everything is based on
How many? We still have 140 people.
We have 186 people watching this right now, and which is, I mean, Toledo Poker has showed out for this particular term. It's been absolutely amazing.
Trying to steal my big blind over there with his Jack 9 offsuit.
Under the gun, Jim's got Queen 9, lets it loose.
I made it $1.5 million with 9.
Tony C, Jack 6 off.
Tony and his Kiss figurine.
Yeah, I didn't peg him for a kiss guy, but apparently that's what it is. Uh-oh. Bob just got pushed off a hand with A7, and now he picks it up.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
It is. It is interesting.
What I think is also interesting about this is that a lot of these players have played together before.
Yeah.
At our daily tournaments and also in the cash games.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder how much of a factor that plays.
All right, looks like there's going to be some action
It has
here.
to, and on the other hand, it can be a trap.
Mm.
You know, if you think too much about the last time you were, playing with a guy and they had such and such, you have to do that etch-a-sketch thing where you erase everything and just try to play, be in the moment, right? That's a mixed bag. On the button, 6-handed for Ray. I think this is a big hand. I think he's got to make a raise. Ray thinks he's got to make a raise here. I think.
No, I think Ray either folds or calls.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's going to put his tournament life on the line with King 10.
I agree.
And he's leaning towards fold.
Yep,
There it is.
There it is. Huh. He really wanted to be in that hand.
That's what Steve does right before he folds.
Yes, he does. Oh, but wait, there's more.
Nope, this is all Hollywood.
Yeah.
I don't know, he is in the big blind. Maybe he does flat. Any opportunity to represent a strong hand at this point has been lost by Steve.
Yes, it is. Yeah. He's taken too long. Now he's just got to, if he does call, hope for a miracle flop that matches his cards well. And if he's telling himself that, he's going to fold. If he's thinking about getting home because he's got business meetings tomorrow, then he's going to call.
Getting a lot of love in the chat on the announcing. I like that.
Yes, we are. We appreciate it.
I've lost the last two.
What do you say?
Big hands. I just told him I shouldn't bet a million.
Said something about having his big blind stolen. That's an interesting reaction from Bob.
Anybody that's not reading the chat and that's watching our live feed, the next payout is $6,220 for 5th place.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
First place is $27,000.
There it is. He's gonna throw it away.
Jim, they're going to play down to a finish tonight.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
It's a good bet.
I'm calling that.
But now you see why it was so hard.
Yeah.
So he just asked him. He says, "What if I shove?" Bob's saying, "I'm calling."
Do you think that if he, do you think first off he's telling the truth, and also you think it's more of just a frustration call at that point?
That's why I brought it up.
Yeah.
Because there are those times that people will honestly admit, the guy will say, "Well, if I shove, what would you do?" And they honestly say, "I don't know," because you didn't shove, right? Other times they'll give the answer that they think the guy wants to hear, right? So that he tries to do something next time. But
Terry, don't worry. I'm already on the EO list for tomorrow. I printed it with my name at the top. Don't worry.
so Tony here with 8-7, but he's first act, and he has folded stronger hands than that. And
Well, the problem with that is, well, he got lucky with Ray picking up queens behind him, but you know he's got 5 big blinds and an ace, shorthanded. Do you
all in?
And Rich with the suited ace.
This has got to be a tough decision for Rich. He's got so many chips. You know, I don't know how much he's played with Ray before, although he probably knew him years ago. And again, we get back to this whole situation.
Caitlin, if you come play tomorrow, I promise I'll work from open to close.
covered. Does he call? King 9. I don't see him making this call. Again, he's thinking long and hard. But with Steve, you never know if he's just thinking about, where do I have to be in the morning?
Yeah, Ray's going to take this pot down pretty easy.
Yeah, with the queens. Yep.
You know, we've been getting a lot of all-in pre-flops from Ray. We haven't been seeing a lot of intricate.
Troy, please come. We're looking. Oh, hey, there we go. B-World coming down too. It's going to be a great tournament. Turnout tomorrow also. Starts at 7:15.
Fantastic. Make sure you tip your dealers.
And here we are, six-handed.
But back to what I was saying, are you surprised you've been seeing so many all-in pre-flops from Ray and not any, like, maybe 4X bets or anything? It's just been a lot of push.
And but the times that Ray has played here and played in the final table, I've seen him do that before. He likes to put the pressure on. I don't think it's a desperation act. I think
that's just his style.
That's his style. He wants to put pressure on. He wants you to feel that pressure.
You're gonna have to pay to play.
You're gonna have to pay to play. Is Ray's attitude? It really is. I don't know that he necessarily does say.
Bob's under the gun here with Queen 7 suited.
Queen 7 suited for Bob.
Blinds are now up to 300, 600 with the 300 ante.
Throws that away.
So we're blinds are starting to creep up there a little bit.
Ray throws away Motown.
Pocket pair versus pocket pair.
Here it comes. And I don't know that smooth call is in Rich's vocabulary.
1.5.
Raises to 1.5. And that's half of Steve's stack at this point. So if Steve goes over the top.
Yeah, this is a clear all in or fold situation.
Yeah. And if he goes all in, I gotta imagine Rich with his chip count is just gonna snap call.
You're gonna love this one on camera.
Oh my goodness, Steve. Wow. This is
now, do you think Steve's playing position with his chips on the pay jumps there with folding 9s?
He had just
not willing to race.
The hand before, he just looked behind him to look at the chip, to look at the payouts. Yes, he did. So it's possible, but this is not the Steve we know during the week. Right? I mean,
well, the stakes are higher, and he knows
what
he knows what the consequences
and
of.
He seems determined, right?
Yeah.
You've got to have that sense of determination.
For anybody watching it, I don't think I've ever seen Steve fold a pocket pair pre-flop ever in my life.
Ever. Ever. And
I like to tell the other players, Steve's never seen a bet he didn't want to call.
ATC, any two cards. So,
but you know, different strokes for different folks. Right now, he's showing that he's got some versatility in his game.
Yes, he is. He is.
I run into it.
It's just so tough to compete with a player like Rich because of his chip stack. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's got what, half the chips in play?
Yeah.
All right, we got Jim Nasser waking up here with ace 9.
Yeah, that's what
I'll tell you what, I had pocket 5.
Oh, look at the look on Steve's face when he hears that he had pocket 5s.
Well, yeah, you know, like I said,
And now Ray's going to say that he had jack 5.
Yeah.
That's going to...
Right. 600.
And look at that. He's got to let it go. And he's letting it go.
And blinds.
You got to just move on, right?
Everyone's going to be pushing.
All in with ace 9.
All in with the ace 9
on the
offsuit
button.
here. Oh, Bob wakes up with pocket 8s. He's this.
Let me have a monster here. Send Dad home. Sorry, Dad.
Sending Dad home, he said.
I have.
I think it's time to put your tennis shoes on. It's going to be a race.
Oh.
No, I don't.
Again,
How much is it?
we see Bob. I think Bob does a great job of taking his time.
As his friend Tex would put it, he is the human rain delay.
But I think he does a good job of getting body reads, trying to figure out where he is. Well, someday we'll be able to ask him about that and ask him of the manner in which he plays. You know, what is he thinking about if he wants to tell us the truth? But that's what I see Bob.
Caitlin, unfortunately, I think Jim's running too lucky these days.
And we talked
Dice
about
on the live stream. Dice, how you doing?
we talked about that pressure and 3,850,000. He's got Bob covered.
Toledo
Bob's got
poker's come a long way,
3.2.
Dice,
Bob
since
is
our
on the
days
big
back in
blind.
Players.
Six-handed, pocket eights, strong hand. And again, I don't think Bob looks up at the board and sees how much the payout is. I think he does a good job at trying to figure out where he is against the other player.
There's the all-in.
And there it is.
He's got an ace.
Jim's pleasantly surprised to see
Jim's
2 overs
convinced
here.
he's way behind, but he's not necessarily behind.
Jim's obviously happy to see he has 2 overs.
Steve just talks about the 9s. He just folded the hand before it, so you can tell that's still on his mind.
You've been my nemesis for a long time, Jim. Nothing will change here. Wow, it's almost, I'm gonna
30
tell you.
years, Bob, right?
You've been my nemesis forever.
Saying that Jim is his nemesis.
Yeah, obviously some history there.
Yeah. Well, again, you know, this is the Toledo poker
to the
community.
point where I'm
We've
getting
got
up, Jim.
A lot of great people in this town that play great poker. Play it well, play it friendly, play it like gentlemen and ladies, and we just got a great community here.
Unless it looks like
I feel like I'm doing this wrong. It's taking so much time to square this money up.
Well, see, we get back to this technical part of this, the TV angles and getting the cards read and stuff right in the right position.
Oh, right in the window.
Just takes
Right in the
ace
window.
in the
Let
window.
club draw with it.
Yeah.
1-8. 8 of hearts
One
is
out.
what we're
He's
looking
got
for
one
here.
out.
That's it.
I know.
Look at the smirk
8 of
on
hearts.
Jim's face.
That's all we. Oh,
And a 9 on the river.
All right.
Bob played a
Great
really
job,
nice.
Bob.
Really
Not
nice
bad for
final
a guy
table.
that late registered, huh?
So what was that?
Not bad for a guy that bought into one of our flights at break and made it all the way to the final table.
I almost folded.
That just shows how great our blind structure is.
It's a fairy tale story.
So now we're down to 5 players. Rich, clearly in the lead.
Rich has Rich has 40% of the chips in play right now.
Yeah. And
If I have ace 2, I'm going.
and these guys are going to play it
King
to
2, I might.
to the bitter end, I believe. I mean,
Something was going to happen that was going to just piss me off.
it's, and we've got Bob coming in to join us back here in the back room, the studio, as it were.
The studio's at work.
Yeah.
Welcome, Bob.
Bob, tell us about your experience.
Oh, it was great. I enjoyed every minute of it. Exciting to get to a final table and had a lot of fun for sure.
So we were talking behind your back about the studious way in which you play. I mean, you take your time, and so I was telling these guys, I think you do that. Not so much you're talking about in your head about the odds and stuff. I think you do a good job of looking around to see what the other player looks like. Is that what's going through your head when you're taking your time?
A little bit of everything, yeah. I mean, I'm trying to figure out if I want to, especially on that one hand with Jimmy. We probably have played cards together for 30 years, and I told the guys there was a story. We played a tournament heads up. We got to the point where we were at the final table, heads up, and he tried to bluff me on a hand, some random flop.
Yeah.
We got
So we've
Tony
got it.
C all in.
So we got
Stay
it all
with
in
us
here.
Okay, yeah.
We'll watch this hand.
Tony C's all in here with ace-8 offsuit for 750,000.
Okay.
Ray wakes up with ace-queen offsuit here,
On the big blind.
70-30 favorite. Clean board so far for the ace-queen.
He's got to dodge an 8 at this
And
point.
now he's just dodging an 8
3
here.
outs, 8%.
And there it is.
We're in, and we lost another.
Yeah, so we're now down to 4. But
Bob,
anyway,
Bob, what I
Bob,
want to say that
go ahead.
king queen suited you had again. Did Ray show that by chance the hand that when you folded king queen suited? Did he tell you what he had?
He did. He had ace queen.
Yeah, he had ace queen suited. That's
Yeah.
I mean, you took your time. That's a hell of a fold.
It was.
I mean, for what the chips you had back to fold, and that was amazing.
No, thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate it. I mean, like I said, I should have known lay down 8s to Jimmy. Not only did he flopped the ace, he had the club draw,
Yeah.
and then rivered the 9. I mean,
Yeah.
just to kick me.
At that point, you're
kick
drawn
me
to the
while I'm
yeah,
down.
drawn to the one clean ace. Tell us about your experience though when you like I had mentioned before you had sat down, or before you had sat down with us, that you bought in at break and you made it all the way to the final table. Now, how many flights did you play?
Just
the one flight, all the so you late reg the one flight all the way to the final table. And if you want to, could you please touch on your experience that you had here for the whole?
Yeah, it was great. A lot of good players. I mean, had a couple hands that held up for me to get me to the final table, and
great.
It was good. It's awesome.
All right.
Well, congratulations.
Well, congratulations.
No, thank you, guys.
That's great.
Good
we
job.
Appreciate,
Fantastic playing this weekend.
Yeah.
Very
Thank
well
you.
done.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
See you guys soon.
Yep.
Yellow chip short of the stack.
And
All right, so
before
we're
we
back.
get in the hand that we have right now going on, we have Tony Caputo coming in with us here right now. He just unfortunately went out in 4th place, I believe.
5th place.
Fifth
There's 4
place,
left.
excuse me, fifth place.
Yeah, we're
Fifth
down to 4
place.
players. Tony, we were.
Tony, you played well.
Yeah.
You told him
Thank
you
you.
played well.
Yeah, it was kind of a case of getting card dead, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I had a couple spots I could have moved in, you know.
Yeah. And
I
there
just
was
want
the one
to
time.
let you know you are getting you for a long time here. You're getting tons of love in the chat here on the live feed. At one point we were over 200 people, and I feel like half of them were for you. Seriously. So yeah, that's
awesome.
But it seemed like even though you're a card dead, you were able to pick your spots and pick up some pots to keep yourself up with the blinds
Right.
as you went. So actually got you up a couple of pay jumps there, so that helped out a lot.
Yeah.
But how many flights did you play to get into this?
The very last one.
Just the very last one.
Yep.
See, once again, guys, we have just one flight. That's all it takes to get to this point.
Yeah.
And if you want to touch on your experience that you had here, anything that stood out to you?
No, I love how everything's ran. You know, you're comfortable when you play here, and you guys do an awesome job.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Caleb Rice reached out and just said, great job for you. Yeah, so.
What's up, Caleb?
And we did talk about down for the ride, how we had.
Yeah, I
that
brought
tournament.
that up down for that.
Yeah.
If you want to go ahead and touch base, kind of plug that a little bit here, talk about it.
Yeah, sure. Down for the Ride. It started about 6 years ago, and it's a 501c3 nonprofit for Down syndrome. So our goal is to build a community center here in Northwest Ohio for individuals with Down syndrome, and you guys held a poker tournament for us, which is a great turnout.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
But we kind of touched base while we were talking and watching you play about how like you were basically the main organizer for that, and you partnered with us, and I think that went really well, and obviously you came back and you showed out again as you're by yourself here. So
we got an all-in with tens, pocket tens for Rich. I don't think this is going to take Steve very long to talk about it, and as Josh pointed out before, when Steve does that with his cards, you can tell he's going to fold.
Yep.
He folded pocket nines earlier.
Did you find anybody particular tough to play against at this table?
No, the table was super tight.
Okay.
And
I
I was just
agree.
card dead, so nothing I can
You
do
were
about
card
it.
dead. You know what else caught me? What really stuck out to me is that you were card dead, and whenever you did pick up a hand, it seemed like you couldn't get any action.
Right.
Like you picked up aces that
You
one
had
time.
those aces.
You didn't even make it big race, but everybody just laid it down to
Right.
you. You know what I mean? It was kind of a case of getting unlucky.
Yeah, I didn't even get an opportunity to really push the table around,
Not at
so
all. Yeah. I think Mavis was kind of the same way. Eric Mavis didn't catch very many cards either. I mean, he was like a fold machine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I really thank you for showing the support to the reserve. It's been great having you here, and we really appreciate it. I mean, hell of a run, really hell of a run. One flight, get in, and just run it up. When you came to day 2, how many chips did you have?
334,000.
That was about average.
That's
So I
about
was
just
like-
about average stack, huh?
Yeah, I was probably like in the top 35%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Serves
Nice.
you right, Bob.
That's great. That's great.
Ray's continuing to put the pressure on. Now
Ray's
it's,
all in for 4.9.
Yep.
You mean Ray's all in pre-flop? No way. Are you serious?
And he picks it up for 1.2.
Takes it down.
Listen, it's a successful. It's a successful strategy.
Yeah.
But down for the ride, you got anything? Any events coming up that we should know about?
We have Ohio Bike Week coming up, so we'll be out there every day. That's our big thing.
Where's that at?
Sandusky, Ohio.
Okay.
Yep.
What's going on?
So
with
we'll
Sean,
have
by the
the
way? I never see him anymore. Is he
the slingshot up there for raffles, so you're able
Nice.
to buy tickets there.
Yep.
Probably not. You don't want to drive it home in the rain and the cold again.
Well, if somebody's gonna do it, it's probably gonna be me, because
Well, you
that's
had it
how
out.
it happens.
That was a
You had
little
it
tough.
out
That was a little
there,
tough that day.
You had it out there opening day for the Mud Hens game. I saw
Yep.
that you guys out there.
Mhm.
And you had to ride it home on that day too.
Yeah, it was cold too that day.
Steve here with Kings. Short stack at the table right now, I believe.
You know what the move is
1.2 million in the pot already. Blinds are 4 and 800,000 with a $400,000 ante.
Line time.
And
oh,
Steve with the little bleep there.
A little bleep.
We're gonna edit
Little
that one
up,
out, I think.
But
He didn't think too long on that one.
Jim folds.
Jeez, Ray. All those chips.
Yep.
You got Pocket Kings.
All
Can't even
right.
get paid. Dang.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Cockroach.
Once again, guys, it's 2 in the morning,
Doing great.
and we
Is
have
it 2 already?
we have 165 people still watching this. I mean, that
great.
just shows the support that the community has, the
Yeah.
poker community has, and the reserve.
Yeah.
You know, that's
Perfect
awesome.
Nougat all the time.
All right. Here we come, four-handed.
Good morning, Brad. Good morning.
I'm not sure that's right unless there's a gray on the bottom.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't see.
You can't tell.
I
The
can't
sunglasses-
tell.
the sunglasses.
Jim's going to have to take those shades off. He commented a couple times that he couldn't see
I don't think this is
the
the
chip
one.
colors, right? Or the
last
cards.
one was the one.
Yeah, and, he said the lights mess with his eyes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So
That's got to be hard. What did you? How was that experience for you playing on this table with the cameras and the lights?
it really don't bug me that
Didn't bug
much.
you? Okay.
No.
Yeah, these guys do a great job. They're from Chicago. They're called the Windy City Poker Championship, and they've been doing this. They go all around the country and do this for big tournaments.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and they'll take what they videotaped here. They'll take that back to Chicago. They'll do some editing, and then they're going to rebroadcast it. And I think I'm not sure. I should ask them if it's going to be on Facebook or someplace where you can just click on it and watch it. But man, what an opportunity for us here in Toledo to have this kind of experience, right?
For sure, for sure.
I'm above average height. 17.
So four-handed,
What's
10-8.
Jim pick up under the gun?
We're not able to see.
Yeah, what happened
Jim's-
there?
I'm not sure. And he folds that. And Rich with Jack 9. is
Steve's
gonna
about to
let
push
that
again.
go.
Now he's going to make a play at it
He's
for
all
sure.
in and a call. Doesn't take him
Insta
any
call.
moment.
All right.
Insta call. That's Steve. That's
Like
the
Rich
Steve
says,
I
It's going
know.
to happen sometime.
Brad, a flight is we have 5 different day ones for you to play in because we have so many people coming through. We can't accommodate that many players at once. So everybody plays in a day 1, and then the top 12% move to day 2, and that's what this is right here.
15% this
Or excuse me,
time.
15%
But Typically
this
we're
time.
12%, but we went with 15%. And I think the people reacted well to that. I think they liked that idea. Plus we
All
did
right.
the $260 buy-in with the $100 buy-ins right at the table.
So we got Steve in a pretty good position here with Ace King. Andy has a diamond, which takes one of Rich's flush outs away. We're going to get this money squared up and get to the flop.
None of you guys called me when I had pocket kings last time.
I just want to point out how great the dealers are doing. Being under the pressure that they are, under the lights, people watching, everybody, you know, a lot of money at stake, and they're just doing a phenomenal job.
3-6-3, 2 clubs. No help for Rich. Deuce of clubs on the turn. And a 5 of clubs.
Five
Any
is
club
good.
would have done.
Clean
Ace
board.
King takes it down. Steve doubles up.
Steve's now got 5.9 million.
Here we go. This is where the chips move around everywhere.
What's your thoughts on Steve going back to maybe loose cannon Steve right now?
I don't think so.
I don't think that would be a good idea. Only because there's so many players at the table right now that could just pick that off. If they see him starting to switch into that mode, knowing who he, knowing that may be his style play that they're used to, I think that they're able to pick their spots and pick that off.
I just think maybe if he changes gears there, maybe a player like Ray starts to become less aggressive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Always play out of this.
I mean, it's always.
It looks like apparently.
You might have to switch up your style of play.
I mean, he's at 6 million right now. He's got enough to put it in.
Well, blinds are 4 and 800,000. So, or excuse me,
It's
3 and
600.
600. 3 and 600.
Yeah, 3-6.
All in or nothing? Is that what it is?
Yeah, we've been talking about the grind, you know, and it gets late, and you know, you really got to give yourself a mental pep talk to stay in the game, right, and not just say, "Oh, screw it, let's go home."
Eric, if you're asking where we're located at, we're located in Toledo, Ohio, off of Glendale Avenue.
5105
5105 Glendale Avenue. If you're asking where they are player-wise, we are four-handed currently.
Smooth call and hope to hit a 2 so you could take
So
it
Jim
out.
had.
Push.
Hey, thanks again.
Hey, thanks, Tony. Thank you so much for coming out.
We'll see you again soon.
Good playing, brother.
Thing I could do with that hand.
I'm glad you didn't say that on the mic there.
All right.
We're down to the final 4.
What's the next payout?
And then not being able to read your cards when I take all the chips.
Yep, sir.
You know, with all the out-of-town players that came from Philadelphia and Wisconsin and Chicago and Indiana, you know, it kind of makes me proud to see 4 Toledo guys in the final
That's
4
right.
here.
Yeah.
2.5. One raise is 2.5 million.
So we're raised to 2.5 million. Jim folds. Ray with 2 suited cards, short-handed like this.
Let's see how creative he can get with a hand like this.
Mind you, he only has 4 million back.
So he needs half a stack to call. Now, I've seen Ray play enough. This is not camera time. You know, he's really trying to make a tough decision. He is going back to his Rolodex about what he knows about Rich in the last hour or so, but he folds it.
I think that Jack 9 suited was really the bottom of his range he's shown this entire final table.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So I think that's really the only thing that Ray could be thinking about there.
Until someone runs into another hand.
Who said it was 2 a.m.? Is it 2 a.m.?
I don't know. My
Chris, we
phone
really
died.
do appreciate that. We mentioned that earlier that we had a couple of people from Buffalo that came in. I was actually joking with one of them joking with our Wisconsin player who was farther away, and he beat you guys by about 10 minutes. He said he lives in Kenosha, so yep, we were just talking about that. So he said it was about 4.5 hours, 4 hours and 40 minutes away is what he said.
Yeah, Kenosha. And he's been to, what, 4 or 5 of our big tournaments, the guy from Kenosha.
Well played.
It's always a pleasure to see him.
Rich got to take a walk there with that.
Eric, I'll
King
get
9.
that information for you, or I'll have somebody type it in the chat so you'll know. And Jerry, if I'm not mistaken, it's quads. I believe it's quad 9s.
What was the high hand today so far? Oh,
So this started at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Oh.
Gone over the 12 hours.
I think it was quad 9s.
I believe it's quad 9s is what the high hand right now
No,
is.
it
Jerry.
was
Right
it
now,
quad 9s? Or was it quad aces with the 9?
I believe it was quad 9s with an ace.
Okay.
I believe.
And our last person standing was over 4,000. They had a 5-way chop, 750 apiece. Jim gets not a very good hand.
Dustin, we'll be releasing that information here very shortly, probably within the next few days to a week about when the next big multi-flight tournament is, and when you'll know when that is. Our main focus recently has definitely been this 100K to make sure we got everything good for it. So we'll let all that information out.
Look at Rich making a play with
Terry,
the Doyle.
that's what I just said. Quad 9s with a king.
He takes the pot down with 10
it's
deuce
about the
offsuit.
pressure, man. Got to be able to put on the pressure.
Yeah, you know, and Rich has kind of been in cruise control a little bit for a while here. I haven't seen him really throw his muscle around.
Well, he did that time.
He picked a spot. He was probably thinking about that time he pushed Steve off of 9s with his 5s.
Adam, I believe the guarantee ended up being well, obviously a 100K guarantee, but I believe the prize pool was just around 125,000 total.
It was
I'm sorry, I apologize. I am incorrect. It's $130,285 total with 4 double bags. We had 457 entries, 330 rebuys, and 83 people to day 2.
Ray's all in with King 10 offsuit. Don't see any callers here. Queen 6 off.
Jim with an emphatic fold.
Yeah.
Anybody goes all in, you never call.
I will say, in the chat we have talked about this. I do want to get a Jim Nasser shoulder shrug by the end of the night. Just one of the. That's all we need.
Yep.
Once again, I just want to comment on how great these dealers have been dealing for this amount of money under the lights. They're just doing a phenomenal job.
They are. And the kidney-shaped table.
Yeah. Well, they have a cutout. They have a cutout in that table. I think it'd be great for me.
Contour your belly.
Contour the belly.
I think all 3 of us could agree with that. There's the moose.
Speak for
What does he
yourself,
do with
Vic.
it? Folds it.
Just kidding.
Steve wakes up with King Jack here. 600,000 a call. He's got 4.1 million behind. And a raise
And
at
a
2
raise.
million.
Jim folds his mystery cards.
And Ray shoves all in here with and a call. All right.
So what happens here if Steve decides to go all in instead of just the raise? Does Ray fold to that instead of?
Might have been good.
Well, I think. Well, see, Steve committed himself by making it 2 million.
I understand, but
but at that, I mean, he still has a good hand. He's still 56-44 here.
Yep.
You're raising good cards, man.
Let's see if I can accidentally hit one here.
Steve says we'll see if we can accidentally hit one here.
I can hit a straight.
This is what? 46-54.
These guys were almost dead even.
Ray calling out the percentages so close.
Whoa.
That's probably why he's such a good electrician.
So Ray's got him covered by 500,000. Ray's got him covered by 500,000.
Yeah, it's almost a dead heat.
Wow, you guys are exactly even.
I think it was.
Whoever wins this hand is going to be able to compete with Rich for sure.
Yes.
Let's just make it an interesting flop.
Got to make a difference now.
I think
that's mine. It's mine. I didn't have even stacks.
Ryan, to answer a question, yes, they did.
And again, they're four-handed here. Got 2 all-ins.
Amazingly, so is Ray.
Got Jim Nasser and Rich looking on, eager to see what happens here.
Oh,
and
He's
there's
on the flop. Well, he's still alive. He's got a king or a jack.
Got the jack.
All right. Ray picks up a gut shot.
2.
The deuce. The deuce gives him this.
And we are. Yeah.
Ooh, paint was scary there for Ray,
Yep.
but Ace-4 ends up holding up top pair. Steve's going to be eliminated in 4th place.
Finally jumped on that thing.
Yeah, you're real proud of your ace-4.
Well, remember,
Hey guys, we're here with Steve now. Steve's gonna come here and talk to us. Steve, how we doing, buddy?
Wow, wow, wow. How many... you have such high praise today.
You did, Steve. We got to tell you.
That's bad.
No, so Mike's not on.
They'd have the money presentation.
What happened?
Are we ready? Steve. Okay. Yeah.
We'll be able to hear.
Is he live?
He'll get you.
Oh. No, he's
There we
live.
go.
Now we got
Hey,
Steve.
there we go. Steve's with us.
Yeah.
Dude,
Steve,
such high praise for you today.
You played phenomenal. You got nothing but great comments in the chat right here about how you're. We actually thought that it was a different person. Do you have a twin?
No, I don't. Not that I know of. I think I hit him in the womb.
But you played phenomenal. Seriously, I mean, playing all the way down to a 4th place finish in our biggest tournament we've ever had is amazing.
Appreciate it.
And that last hand there, so you raised it 2 million.
Yes.
Any particular reason why you wanted to raise that big there?
Multiple face cards in a hand, and honestly, if you looked at the crap most people had been playing every hand, there was a lot of Jack 9s being thrown around.
Yeah, you
Jack
actually
8s,
doubled
there
up
were a lot-
against a hand like that.
Yeah, so I got 2 face cards. People have been getting garbage, so I figured I'd take a stab at it. Maybe I'd get one of the big guys to fold, or call, and I could beat them with their Jack 9 again. So it happens. You know, at some point you got to make a move. I had 4.1 million left, and the blinds are
climbing.
Blinds are killing you. You're getting 1.2 million every time around the table. Eating away.
When you folded those pocket 9s pre-flop earlier to Rich, was that a tough fold for you, or
here
what
we go,
did you
guys.
put
By
him
the way,
on?
big hand going on right here.
Oh,
Rich
let's
wakes
get back
up
to
with
that. We got a
queens.
real
Stay
big
with
one
us.
going.
We have Ace Jack for Jim Nasser, and I have a feeling Jim's going to come over the top here. We might be seeing another all in.
All in.
There it is. You called it. You were right. And he calls. Queens against Ace Jack.
Queens against Ace Jack here to the flop. Clean flop for the Queens.
Yeah, the hard draws no
3
good
outs
for Rich.
All right, now we're
ace
11 outs
or
for
a
Jim
heart.
going into here. 4-1 dog going to the river, and he breaks. Unfortunately, the king is out.
Yep, King Jim.
King Jim.
So, Steve, tell us about this experience. I mean, playing not only in this tournament, the big tournament, but then at this feature table with the cameras and everything else. What were your thoughts on that?
Oh, it was a lot of fun. Tonight, actually, at the final table was the first time that I got an opportunity to play at the big table under the lights, so it was a good time.
Oh, okay.
And I know Tim had asked me about playing the 9s, and Rich and I had talked about it at the table in the hand, because before I folded, I said, I have the best hand in this, but I'm going to lay it down.
Yeah.
And you know what, I was just, at that point, I knew anything I threw in was going to get repopped, and it was going to be an all-in for me because I was so short-stacked at the time.
Yeah.
And I wasn't willing to put my tournament on pocket 9s at that point.
Okay.
So that was there's my explanation. But no, this whole thing has been great. It's been a lot of fun.
Take care.
I wish I would have maybe made it a couple more seats.
Now, how many flights did you play to get into day 2?
I won this on the second flight I played.
Nice. And how many chips did you have coming into day 2?
295.
295. Oh, okay.
Wow.
So a little bit below average, and you ran it all the way up.
And I was below average all day, including when I got to the final table. And then
okay. Well, Grandma and Grandpa are going to be proud.
All right. Well,
there you go.
That's the goal, right?
That's the goal, huh? Well, thank you for coming out. You show so much support to the reserve. Honestly, just coming in here all the time. We do appreciate it so much.
Yeah.
Just great run and great finish.
All right. Well, thank you guys very much. You guys have a good night.
Thanks.
All right. And
we have
be here for a few more hours.
Yeah, we have the king with us. Thanks, Ian.
See ya.
We have the king with us back here now.
King Jim.
King Jim. Jim, you don't have to walk all the way back here if you don't want to. Oh, never mind. Okay. Yeah, wasn't sure.
We're down to heads-up poker here.
Yeah.
Did it really? Do you need okay. Yeah.
Close.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Well, Jim, great run, 3rd place. Oh.
Thank you.
Don't be shy.
By the way, guys, we did just get one of the legendary shoulder shrugs that I asked about.
2 days.
Looking for the Jim Nasser shoulder
The Jim
shrug.
Nasser shoulder shrug.
Yeah, you picked up a really excellent hand there with Ace Jack offsuit and just happened to run into pocket queens.
There's only so many hands you can push with, and blinds are really getting up there. So
yeah.
I mean, it was what, 600,000, and I had about 5 million.
Hey Jim, how many times do you think you got Jack 10 here at this final table? It seemed like every time I looked up
I
at
got
the screen, you had Jack 10.
and Jack 9,
Jack
and I
9.
didn't play any of the Jack 9s because I know it's a losing proposition.
Yeah.
Jack 10, I won a big hand earlier today with Jack 10, and so I played it a few times, but sometimes it gets raised or out of position.
Yeah, under
It's
the gun
not-
a couple times you just folded it all. You just overfolded it, yeah.
It's a losing proposition if you call that every time.
Yeah.
So
we talked about, we've got a bunch of Toledo players, and then we wind up with a final table that's mostly Toledo players, and you've got a history with many of these players. Is that sometimes a hindrance where you think back where you played a guy a certain hand, or are you able to stay in the moment?
We got Ray still playing jacks here, by the way, guys.
I was able to stay in the moment,
Yep.
but some of the people have histories with me, and like Bob Brown.
Wow.
Called me his nemesis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're heads up here, by the way, in this hand. Ray flops top set.
He's got the trap laid and set.
Ray turns quads here. 1.5 million.
That's his high hand that he
And
said.
this second jack on the turn probably makes Rich think he doesn't have the jack at all, right? That's
Stay with us,
1.5
Jim.
million.
Yeah, stay
us
with
through
us,
this
and we're
hand.
heads up here.
Yeah. And I could.
I'll let you guys.
No, stay with us.
Yeah.
Stay with us.
1.5 million. I don't think he
There
can
goes
smooth-
high hand, Terry. You're right. High hand is now going to be hit.
He
No, it's
smooth
not.
calls 1.5.
He's not in the high hand.
Oh, for anybody that doesn't know, we are on a 15-minute delay here, so that's why we're watching it 15 minutes delayed. So that's why Jim's able to say that this is he isn't in high hand.
Right.
So quad nines is still going to hold here.
As far as we know.
Eric, high hand was over 1,000, I believe, for this particular flight. Actually, I take that back. I apologize. I don't quote me on that. I know that the previous two flights, high hand was over 1,000.
It was 12 and 1,300.
Ray's
Wow,
just
and-
letting them do the
Yeah,
betting.
he smooth called the
2.5 million
1.5
here.
Rich is going to keep firing at it 2.5. This is the.
What's Rich got?
He's got middle
Rich bet
pair.
2.5 million. He's got 17 million behind. He's
got
Yeah, I know, but-
10-6.
He's got 10-6, so he has
Jackson 6.
yeah, Jackson 6s with a 10 kicker.
Ray doubles him up.
Ray
Absolute
let him believe.
min raise.
Very nice. You and
High hand, baby. Quad jacks.
And he's
I'm
yelling
not
out
in
high
it.
hand.
Oh,
and
he's
he
not
says-
in it. Oh,
he says he's not
in it for
Take this out.
man.
Oh man.
Wow.
But Jim, tell us some more about you're talking about playing local players and histories
Yeah,
and stuff.
I have the biggest history with Bob Brown. I mean,
Yeah.
we've been playing together for a long time.
He said 30 years.
Eric,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not sure about what you're talking about with that mess
Bob
up,
Brown
but
and Sean and Tex and Mike Williams and myself played so much that they started calling me Dad.
Yeah.
Those are my sons. Okay.
Yeah.
And tonight Bob was saying that I've crushed him all these years.
Yeah.
And he wanted to take me out, and obviously it didn't happen.
It didn't work out. Dad reigns supreme.
And Ray said that I was his nemesis, but I really haven't played that much with Ray.
Yeah.
As much as Bob Brown. I've
Right.
played years and years and years with
Sure.
Bob Brown.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I have history with a lot of players.
Yeah. And how was your experience tonight?
It was great. I played a little snugger than I normally would. All those Jack 10s and Jack 9s I might have played, but I didn't get much ace action with the decent card. I mean, I'd get ace 4 or ace 5 or something like that. I did make a lot of bluffs today.
Yeah.
And I did make a couple good laydowns.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought I was playing all around. I was playing pretty well.
Yeah. Great. Great.
Well, fantastic playing
congratulations.
tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, how long have we been playing for this weekend? It seems like
Well, shit.
No, it's all right.
We played for like 13 hours today.
Yeah. Yeah. How are you feeling?
Tired.
Yeah.
well,
All right.
go home,
Yeah.
Jim.
Well,
get some sleep,
great run,
brother.
Jim.
Great playing
Great
today.
job.
No problem, guys. Take it easy.
All right,
Yeah,
we'll see you
again
next time.
soon.
All right.
Jim, thank you for everything. Seriously,
Be here next week.
he'll be here next. He'll be here tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
And I think we're on a break. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
everyone, we're back right now. We after the 15-minute break. We're heads up play right now between Rich and Ray. Once again, $27,005 to first place. Blinds are 4 and 800 with $400,000 ante.
$2 million more.
7 raises.
Ray out of the big blind raises with King 3 here to 2.8 million. I'm back here right now with Josh. Josh is just getting himself all set up.
I gotta get in on this.
I really wonder how long this is going to take.
Flop comes deuce 4-8 rainbow flop.
6 million.
All right.
I'm all in.
Rich moves all in with the gut shot. Double gut.
It's a bad time to misread my hand.
Oh.
Nice hand. Thanks. Misread my hand.
Fantastic bet by Rich there to take that pot down. What do you think?
Yeah, I think with the raise pre-flop by Ray, I don't know if any of that board came into his range.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, raise the button in this hand. I believe Rich has a pretty big chip lead right now.
It looks to be that way. It looks like he's got Ray doubled up. Ray flats with Jack 3 of clubs. Rich moves all in with the ducks.
Oh, here we go. We got an all in here.
Call from Ray. I think that
With
might have
Jack
been
3
a
of
tilt
clubs.
call.
I feel like this is a little loose for your tournament life with this at much at stake, but
I think he's tilting after the misread. We'll see how this plays out.
oh, in the window. Oh, Jack.
Oh, Jack in the window.
Rich is drawing a 2 outs here.
He's looking for a 2. 6 on the turn. Here comes
5%. All right.
5
Ray
on the
doubles up.
river.
I believe that makes Ray trip leader.
8.2.
Just barely. If he's got 8.2 there, he's probably looking at what? 17 million?
Tried.
Couple big swings here on these last 2 hands.
All right, that puts Ray the chip leader here by just over $1 million, I believe, or just at $1 million. For the record, we're at it's 2:30 in the morning. We still have 85 people watching this live stream. That's amazing. Thank you guys for all the support. right, here we are with Rich first to act. Oh, Ace King. Rich wakes up with Ace King. You know, he picked up queens fairly early too, or fairly late when they were like what, four-handed.
Yeah.
You know, he's got some pretty big hands here, short-handed.
Yeah, it was queens versus ace jack.
Yeah,
Against
Jim. Raised a $3 million in a fold. Surprised Ray's folding a jack. He hits every single one of them.
4 jacks, trip jacks. He's
Now,
got
do
it
you
all.
think that experience comes into play here at all? Because Ray has been in this spot multiple times, as in like down late in a tournament, playing shorthanded. You know, I think that plays a big deal in this.
I'm not familiar with Rich's tournament history. I do believe on his sheet there he does have a tournament win. But the moment hasn't ever seemed too big for Rich today. He's played like a professional all day. I mean, I've dealt to the guy for
Right here we
10
got
hours.
A7 suited against 6-5 suited.
Uh-oh, clubs versus clubs.
2.5.
Raise a 2.5.
So we got 4 clubs in play, 9 more in the deck.
We're heads up. Heads up, obviously, here to the flop. 5.4 million in the pot. Oh, Ray flops a gutter and top pair. Rich folds 2 overs to the board.
Check, so you think Rich is going to continue here?
I don't know how much he would continue here for. I mean, there's already 5 million in the pot, so maybe he tries to take it down now.
4 million.
Ray's going to... Yeah, I knew
4 million
Ray,
and all in.
Standard Ray
Here we
move,
go.
he's
This
going
could
all
be
in.
it.
So what's Rich thinking here? He's got 2 overs, runner, straight
2
draw,
overs,
runner,
2 overs, a gutter straight draw. That's
a
unfortunately no good because Ray has a 6.
and a gutter or a redraw, right?
and
Club
backdoor
redraw.
clubs.
Yep. It's a tough spot to play this tournament for this long, and comes down to this with 2 overs.
Now, if he folds, it leaves him with 9.5 million, and Ray will end up with 23. So he'll be at a 2-to-1, little over 2-to-1 chip disadvantage here.
Call.
Oh, we got a
Ooh,
call.
makes the
Okay,
call.
here we go. This could be it.
2 overs.
2 overs to the board and a gutter.
Nice hand. Give him a 7. Oh yeah, I don't have 2 overs, do I? Oh yeah.
Here we go. This could be the final card of the tournament. There it
King
is.
of clubs on the
Ray.
river.
Ray is going to take down this tournament.
Oh, you got me.
Ray Brand is going to take down this tournament.
Oh, it's gonna be right there, huh?
He's been on a heater lately.
100, I think you buy 100,000.
Wow. Great job, Ray. Also, great job, Rich. Congratulations
Take it
on making
down.
it this far. Wow.
Wow. What a comeback.
Dealer's
What a
verifying right now
comeback
to
by
make sure
Ray.
that is correct. But this tournament is over. Ray Byrne is our champion. Right now, we're going to send Vic down to do the interview, and he'll be sitting there with Ray Brent. Thank you, everyone, for watching the live feed. We do appreciate all the support that everybody has given the reserve. Thank you so much. From all the way from Wisconsin all the way up to Buffalo, New York. Everybody's been amazing.
Yeah, man.
So thank you so much, everyone.
We'll see you next time.
See you guys tomorrow for our Monday tournament.
Uneventful
Appreciate it,
final
guys.
hand.
Have a great night.
Oh. Hey. Yep. No, I haven't shaken his. I'd like to shake his hand.
Go ahead.
I get jumped. There you go. Thanks. Nice playing with you.
Ray, congratulations. Great
Thanks,
job.
Vic. Were you in the back the whole time?
I was in the back the whole time.
Did you
Yep.
say one good thing about me?
I said a lot of good things about you, and one of the things that I know about you is that within the last year, particularly when the reserve opened up,
You made a conscious decision to get more into tournament play, and now you've been traveling around playing some more tournaments. So this becomes another feather in your cap. This must mean a lot to you.
It does. It's the first one with 750 that I've taken down. I've taken some fifths and fourths in bigger tournaments, but this means a lot.
And you know, it means a lot to us because you're one of our people, you're one of our reserve people, you're one of our Toledo people. We're just so excited that you won this tonight. We're excited for you. I couldn't be happier for you. It's just terrific. What was your experience like today, you know, being on TV and doing this as final table?
I didn't even know I was on TV. But the experience of starting out as a short stack and just grinding away and building it back up and catching up meant a lot to me.
That's great, great. Well, we want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight and for all of our flights that we've had here at the Reserve Poker Room. Thanks again, and we hope to see you when we do this again. Good night.
Thanks, everybody.